But hey, shalom, y'all. We about to get started, all right? I know I'm looking like a damn fat Albert character over here. Anyway, let's get it. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm ruining everything today, man. Shit, it is not on purpose. All right, y'all. All right, let's get this work. Yeah, buddy. Test, 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 test. Hello, everyone. Right. So let's get this cracking. We're going to go ahead and sign in. We're going to start by saying, call halal Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai. That means all praises be unto Yahweh. In the name of his son, Yahweh Shai. We are Sakari. San Antonio Masada. I swear, man, I'm going to get this shit right one of these weeks, bro. One of these days. We got some brothers and sisters coming up. So we're going to go ahead and just kind of filibuster for a second. But we're out here to let blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians know that they are God's chosen. We are the Israelites, the people who are in the wilderness with Moses, the same people that God led out of Egypt by the hand. We are those very same people. How you brothers doing today? Y'all good? Y'all believe in the Bible at all? What tribe you come from in the Bible, brother?
What tribe I come from?
The black man comes from the tribe of Judah. And the days we coming into, you're going to need to know who you are and who your God is. They passing legislation over in the UK right now to give street preachers up to 2 years in prison because we making these white folks uncomfortable, telling them that they're going into slavery for what they did to our people.
Can't have that.
Can't have Miss Ann and Mr. Cartwright feeling bad about what they've done to us. So while they got a little bit of power left in their hand, they're going to persecute us. But that ain't going to stop us. As a matter of fact, today's lesson is the God we believe in is a God of his word. The Most High God spake on all of these matters from the very beginning, including the persecution that would befall his people in the last days. But we're going to substantiate the premise that our God is a faithful and true God who is not a man that he should lie.
That's right.
Brother, can you start me out at Numbers 23 and 19? We're going to get straight to the matter, right? Because when we say our God is not one that should lie, we got to get that in the Old Testament. Now, granted, this is not an Israelite speaking. This is, what's his name? Balak or Balaam, the seer.
Yeah.
Right? This is Balaam the seer in Numbers 23. But he's going to give you a piece of evidence and advice, right, that he gave to King Balak, who was trying to have the Israelites cursed. And he had to let Balak know a certain thing about the Most High God, Yahweh. Go ahead and get it, brother.
Numbers 23, verse 19. God is not a man that he should lie, neither the son of man that he should repent. Hath he said, and shall he not do it? Or hath he spoken, and shall he not make it good?
Read the next verse.
Behold, I have received commandments to bless, and I have blessed, and I cannot reverse it.
So again, this is Balaam letting King Balak know, hey, look, the Most High God is not a man that he should lie, and he's already blessed the Israelites. So if he's already blessed the Israelites, which are his children, who am I to come along and try to convince the Most High God to do something different? How you doing today, brother? You got time for the Bible? Too cool for school? Yeah, buddy. Everybody too cool until life happened to him.
Right.
See, don't nobody hit as hard as God. And when God start piecing you up with judgment, all of a sudden you cry out, talking about God help me. But God sent you plenty of help. He sent you his prophets,
That's right.
who you won't listen to, who you won't even give a time of the day to. See, we're trying to tell you things like never trust your enemy. Your enemy first and foremost being the people who put you in slavery. And I'm talking to blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians. You should know who those people are. They call themselves American, British. They call themselves Ukrainian, Russian, Portuguese, Spanish, Dutch. Just white folks from the tribe of Edom. In general, right? We gotta use the titles that they use, because most of you so-called blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, you only know what your oppressor has taught you. So we have to speak the language of the oppressor so that you can hear us. But we're out here to let you know that your God is bidding you back to the marriage, back to keeping his covenant, which involves you keeping his law, statutes, and commandments. And we just read in Numbers 23 that the Most High God is not a man that he should lie. But brother, can you get me Deuteronomy 32, 35 through 37? And then you're going to skip to 39 through 43. Because we have to understand something, that the Most High God, what he says goes. And the Most High God, to him belongs vengeance. To him belongs the matters of life and death. See, and a lot of y'all take that for granted until you're put into a life and death situation. All of a sudden, God, where you at? He right there about to administer judgment and call your ass home.
Right.
But go ahead and get it, brother.
It's Deuteronomy 32, verse 35. To me belongeth vengeance and recompense. Their foot shall slide in due time, for the day of their calamity is at hand, and the things that shall come upon them make haste. For the Lord shall judge his people, and repent himself for his servants, when he seeth that their power is gone, and there is none shut up or left.
So that's one of the times that we're getting into, because you blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, and you scattered the Israelites, you have lost all of your strength. You don't know who you are. You don't know who your brothers and sisters are. You don't even know who your oppressor is who's oppressing you. Your strength is gone. And as a result, the Most High God is inquiring of you. That's why you're seeing all this judgment befalling the earth. Y'all got time for the Bible today?
Nice.
Thou says. And I see the goat tattoo. Does that represent the Baphomet? See, again, man. See, that's why the Bible has to let our people know. It's not by the flesh of your body. It's not by the strength of your arm that you will receive salvation, but by the will of the Most High God. See, and you have to let Jake know, man, because Jake will be walking around. He think he's in good shape. He got a lot of money in his bank account. He crushing it. But I'm going to tell you, how many of these bodybuilders you see laid up in hospitals talking about I'm having heart attacks, liver failure, because of all them decades being on gear, on steroids.
His balance is even off. He got that lean like this while he's walking.
Hey, I noticed. Hey, it's not natural when your body's built like that. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? A man's not meant to be built like a bulldog. Ultra top heavy, trying to compensate for muscle that his body couldn't naturally make. And that's why a lot of our brothers be getting laid to rest early, trying to be something that God didn't designate them as. Trying to live up to the standard of their enemy, which wants them to be a good old strong slave. Strong as possible. See, most of you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, you don't understand why the white man encourages you to play football and basketball and go lift weights. Because see, once upon a time, that was all put to good use while you were carrying in cotton, carrying in fruits and vegetables, building his house. Him letting his kids ride you like an animal. See, and there's still pictures you can look up right now of old, beaten down, worn out black men with white children on their back, playing horsey for masses kids. Meanwhile, he don't know where his children are because they were sold to another plantation. See, and we're trying to tell you that your God is finally starting to inquire of you because he sees that you're weak. You have nothing left. And like a woman beaten with stripes, you're trying to fall over and the Most High God is holding you up with the right hand of his righteousness. But we're going to keep going because it seems like y'all a tough crowd today. So we're going to keep drilling with these scriptures.
Deuteronomy 32, verse 37.
Bring it out.
And he shall say, where are their gods, their rock, in whom they trusted? Says skip 42, right?
Yeah. Skip there. So the Most High God, when he inquires of us, he's going to ask a really pertinent question. First and foremost, where's the idol that you serve? Hey, how come white Jesus didn't come get you? How about Buddha or Allah? Or how about the good old trusty white man? How come he ain't set you free yet? Hell, he won't even give you a pay raise, let alone let you go home.
Right.
But you believe so much in all these different idols and peoples. How come they don't show you mercy and put you back where you were, back on high? Because, see, most of you Jakes don't even understand how far you've fallen. You are the aristocracy of the world. See, while our Native and Hispanic brothers were over here, in Canada, in America, Mexico and South America. While they were over here, they were ruling as kings in their own respective nations. And while we, the so-called Negro, lived in Europe, Western Africa, Northern Africa, we were ruling in our own fiefdoms as well. But see, because we couldn't get right and keep the laws of our God, the Most High God tore it all down. And he put over both of us a creature with no empathy, a creature who has no connection to nature. So much so, when they get in the water, their suntan lotion comes off and it kills the coral reef. See, the Most High God put a very cruel Lord over us because we couldn't show mercy to one another. We were putting each other in slavery. See, that's why the white man loved to go, you blacks enslaved yourselves. Right. And he ain't entirely lying, because it's true. Look up somebody, King Hafron, right? One of the final kings of Judah on the west coast of Africa. And he was selling his brothers who were dominated by other tribes and who he was having warfare with. He was putting his own people in slavery. So the white man ain't lying completely. But see, that doesn't give you the green light to then buck break, rape, rob, and murder, destroy lineages, destroy heritages, and prevent a people from even knowing who they are. It don't give you the green light to do all that. See, that's why the Bible says that they furthered the affliction. They went too far, did too much. And see, that's why we're going to read today that the Most High God, as he promised, he's going to visit us, restore us, and he's going to visit our enemies and put them in captivity right where they belong. But go ahead and go get those, brother. 39 through 43 slide.
Oh, 39 through 43. It's Deuteronomy 32, verse 39. See now that I, even I, am he, and there is no God with me. I kill and I make alive. I wound and I heal. Neither is there any that can deliver out of my hand. For I lift up my hand to heaven and say, I live forever. If I whet my glittering sword, and my hand take hold of judgment, I will render vengeance to my enemies, and I will reward them that hate me. I will make my arrows drunk with blood, and my sword shall devour flesh, and that with the blood of the slain and of the captives, and the beginning of revenges upon the enemy. Rejoice, O you nations, with his people, for he will avenge the blood of his servants, and will render vengeance to his adversaries, and will be merciful unto his land and to his people.
So that was a mouthful, right? And to my Hispanic brother and sister, if y'all believe in the Bible, y'all are Israelites. I saw y'all take the shortcut. But I'm going to tell you, in the time of judgment for America, you're going to be crying out to so-called Christ, and you're going to find deafening silence because you don't even know his real name. You don't know what was expected of you. And as a result, you're calling out to a God you believe has no standards. Meanwhile, the God of the Bible has a defined standard, which is in the first 5 books. It's called the Law, Statutes, and Commandments. That's why it's called the Torah, the book of the law. But, moving on, right? What we just read was a whole mouthful. Verse 39 lets you know that the Most High God is the one who kills and makes alive, he wounds and he heals. He's the reason why, if you stubbed your toe in the morning, he's the reason why it gets gangrenous and don't heal. He's also the same person who killed every single creature on this planet except for 8 people in the pairs that went into the ark 2 by 2. Same God. Same God y'all treat like an ATM machine. See, our people don't understand the nature of judgment until they're knee deep in it. And then all of a sudden, God, where are you? Not understanding, God sent your delusions. He sent the evils that befall you. Right? But verse 39 lets you know he does it all. And the Most High God never gets weary. And he is eternal. He's always been here. And he will always be here. Right? Verse 39 or 40 lets you know that. Now, when the Most High God says, if I whet my glittering sword, that means if he sharpens his weapon of war and takes hold on judgment, that he's going to render vengeance to his adversaries and judgment upon his enemies. And that is the day that we are entering into now. That's why you are seeing America's stock market in free fall. Remember I said that last week? Yep. And for those of y'all who are like, well, where's the proof, nigga? Well, you saw plenty of it this week. You're seeing gold now topping $3,300. Or I'm sorry, $3,300 an ounce. That's unheard of. And it's going to keep going up and up and up because the dollar's worth less and less and less. Now you're seeing China slapping tariffs on America. Wonder why that is. Could it be because America slapped tariffs on China? And now they're having an economic trade war? Surely it can't be that. But see, what you're seeing here in America is you're seeing the trimmings of famine begin to appear. That's why we're trying to tell blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians that you are the Israelites in the Bible. Come back and keep God's laws. Y'all believe in the Bible? Yes? What tribe you go back to in the Bible, do you know? Didn't hear a word I said. And that's why when you pray to God, you get the same response. See, again, everybody thinks it's a joke until somebody gets sick. And all of a sudden, God, how come my Tia won't get better? You know what God says when she has cancer and she's dying? That's awesome. See, it sounds horrible when it comes back to see you. When you've lost your confidence, you've lost your strength. But it always does. That's why the Most High God, he don't strike a lot of times when you're hardened and ready to take it and give everything away. He waits until you get a little emotional and you open up a little bit and you soften a little bit. Look at the white man. It's a great example. At the height of slavery, you couldn't tell the white man that the Most High God was going to recompense him for slavery. He wouldn't have believed you. But now that America, 500 years later, from the beginning, now that America's on her back foot and she's about to fall as an empire, the white man has grown a soft spot for all his victims. Now he says we're a family, but you know what God says? Get ready for slavery. That's what God says. Get ready to see what you did to my children firsthand. And to you wicked Israelites, you know what God says to you? Get ready to die with them.
That's right.
See, though hand join in hand, the wicked shall not be unpunished. And that's what we're trying to tell you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, because the white man is passing laws to get us off these streets. There's going to come a time where we can't tell you who you are in the Bible anymore. Them days are starting to come to a close. And we're not going to be able to tell you who this devil is, even though you're going to see him doing devilish things. You need context. Because the white man loves to call himself by other names. See, you need to know it's all been written down according to a script. And that script is right here in the Bible. But y'all, let's move on with this lesson. Brother, can you get me Sirach 33 and 13? Because I know some of y'all would say, well, what loving God would do all these things? What loving God would cause a world to be created full of pain, regret? Why would he even send his own children into slavery? So you have to understand something. The Most High God rules in the kingdom of men. He sets up kings, monarchs, emperors, princes alike. And that it should be evident when you look at America and anywhere on the planet that's bathed in sunlight. Because you got to ask yourself, how did the white man rise to power with no sunscreen? How did he do it? The same people who can't even build a house in the middle of the summer because they might burn up and die, how did they take you over? So you need to understand the Most High God rules in the kingdom of men, and we're about to pull a precept on that.
Sirach 33, verse 13. As the clay is in the potter's hand to fashion it at his pleasure, so man is in the hand of him that made him to render to them as liketh him best.
So, men and women, you are like clay in the Most High God's hand. And the Most High God is like a potter. A potter does what he pleases with the clay that he has. That's why so many of you are incompatible with the edicts and the scriptures of the Bible. Because you believe that you can make them comport and contort to what you desire. Not understanding that the Most High God is your master. You are not his. And he does what he pleases. You believe in the Bible, brother? Yes? Yeah, okay. Are you Hispanic by chance? Well, if you're listening, it depends on who you are, because the Bible's not for everybody.
Got in the Holy Spirit 2 weeks ago, so I'm up to every day.
Okay.
I came to get my little lunch. I'll be seeing you guys, but I'll make time for you guys.
Okay, we'll be out here, brother. Got time for the Bible, sister? Thou sayest. Actually, if you white, you ain't my sister. What am I talking about? Shit, that's straight up and straight out. I see your ass in slavery, Miss Ann. Shit, you gonna be warming up my bed nice. It's gonna be a good time. You're gonna be using seasoning and everything. See, that's the thing about the Bible. Everybody thinks it's for everyone, and it's not. I'm not mad at you. I said the white man's going into slavery. Are you one of them? Yes, it's true. I have a question, right? Yeah. Yeah, you keep passing by, I'm gonna keep calling you a devil. How about that? A devil. It means liar. Are you looking at black men right now? No, I asked the question. Are you looking at two black men? Who called us that? Your people did. Take your flat, ugly, lice-infested ass up the road. I am. Hey, give me Revelations 13:9 through 10. And on that note, she got to go, hopefully to take a bath. Get it while she's here. See, again, the white man thinks we all buddies because we got Bibles. You should have actually read the book.
Yeah. So Revelations 13:9. If any man have an ear, let him hear. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints.
So much for we're all friends. See, again, the Bible says, he that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. See, and the white man always want to try to do this emotional plea. You're saying we're not family? Hell yeah. After 400 or 500 years of slavery, we ain't no damn family. You kicking out my Hispanic brothers right now. How about them Venezuelans and the Mexicans that you deport every day from their own land, by the way? But we're family. How about the Haitians and Jamaicans that they're now deporting? See, you niggas, you thought it was only going to be our Hispanic brothers. It's not. It's you too. Because the white man hates all the children of Israel, not just some of them. And see, and that is the white man's sharpest sword when he runs out of ideas, his white woman. Because most of you niggas are defenseless when it comes to a white woman crying. That's why the blood running through your veins when it comes to your enemies got to be ice cold. Miss Ann ain't got no quarter up here. You ain't got no support and no help up here. Because I can't bleed for you and be empathetic towards you. Meanwhile, my sisters don't even have protection in their own neighborhoods. Meanwhile, my sister, she's broken. And she views her man as oppositional to her because of women like Gloria Steinem, a white woman who is considered the mother of the feminist movement. Or women like Margaret Sanger, who is the foundational person behind abortion, right, who said Negroes are like weeds and ought to be exterminated. But again, we're supposed to be a family though, right?
How's that?
But I'll tell you what a family does. A family will see their family member in slavery and open their border so they don't have to run all the way to Canada. That's what our Mexican brothers did to us.
That's right.
And Texas was the last state to eliminate slavery. So they did us a huge favor by allowing us to pass into Mexico and be branded free men, instead of having to run to the swamps of Louisiana or the Everglades in Florida or all the way to the borders of Canada in order to get a modicum of freedom. Our Mexican brothers fought 2 wars, one against the French and one against the Spanish, and really one against the Americans. So technically 3. They fought a multi-pronged war just to eliminate slavery in the borders of Mexico and extend freedom to all those who could come to their country. And by all those, I'm talking about blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, because they weren't offering their borders to white people. They had a big enough white problem, right, considering the Spaniard wouldn't leave after he destroyed the nation, so they just had to live with it. Now, it's not to get off on a tangent, but part of telling Miss Ann and her ilk that they're not our people, it goes with the lesson, because the Most High God said we're supposed to be separate. And the Most High God let it be known that the heathen are the rod of his indignation. How did King David say, or pray to the Most High God, deliver me from thine enemy, or deliver me from my enemy, or from the wicked, which is thy sword. So the wicked heathen are the sword of the Most High God. That's why everywhere the white man goes, you see pedophilia, bestiality, homosexuality, all of it shows up. And that's simply because they can't help themselves. But let's move on. Right? Can you get me Malachi 3 and 6? Because if the Most High God is not one that he should lie, and he's already made pronouncements, not only for his children, but for all men and women that walk the earth, no matter what ethnicity you might be. Let's see if the Most High God might change his plans.
It's Malachi chapter 3, verse 6. For I am the Lord, I change not. Therefore ye sons of Jacob are not consumed.
So the Most High God made it plain upon tables. The Most High God doesn't change. And he doesn't change so that the sons of Jacob are not consumed. Because if the Most High God changed even a little bit, we would have been lost a long time ago. And this is something that you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians have to take to heart. The Most High God has adjudicated the matters of who's ruling on the earth, who's going to be oppressed on the earth, from kingdom to kingdom, age to age. Right? See, and it's because men believe that they're doing things by the strength of their own mind and the strength of their own flesh, that they're quick to discount God's involvement, not understanding that everything that goes on today is according to God's will, good and evil. And brother, can you give me Isaiah 45 and verse 7 real quick? Get that too.
It's Isaiah 46, verse 10. Declaring the end from the beginning and from ancient times the things that are not yet done, saying, my counsel shall stand, and I will do all my pleasure.
So the Most High God made it abundantly clear. As he has declared, it shall be done. And he will do all his pleasure, according to his whim and his will. Again, that's why so many of you blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians can't quite keep God's commandments according to his standard. You keep trying to move the goalpost. God tells you to wear fringes. You say it's not expedient. You better take them off when you're out in public or at work. Trying to move the goalpost, not understanding God already put it down. It's a matter of will you do it or will you not. Shit. How Yoda said, you will do or do not. There is no try. You see what I'm saying? Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? It's a shame, man. And I said it before. Your enemies pimp your culture right back to you because they get that from the Bible.
Right.
Because what is required of Israel? To serve the Lord thy God with all your mind, soul, and strength. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, you guys chosen. You the Israelites. Keep God's laws. Because America about to slide into a famine and race wars are right on the horizon. And most of you still walking around like your white snuggle bunny is going to be your bestie friend.
Right.
And that ain't what's going to happen. Because I'm going to tell you, these folks, they ain't trying to go a day being hungry. Y'all really need to take the temperature of these oppressors around here. They're not trying to go without. They'd rather have you chained up in their damn garage while they cut pieces off of you to keep you alive so the meat don't spoil. See, they say wicked stuff like that. You can find it all over the internet, as curated as the internet might be today. Go to Stormfront, where all them white supremacists like to talk openly about how they hate us. Go over there and check it out. None of these sites are private. Just you niggas are scared to see what the white man think about you, so you don't go. But brothers like us, we love to see what our enemy thinks about us, because guess what? It's mutual.
Right.
It's mutual. That's why I love letting the white man know you ain't got to pretend to be a friend to me. I want you to be honest. That way we can be two honest men having a conversation instead of one person having hate in their heart as they say, I love you, brother, give me a hug.
Right. I say, I see you and I rage.
Yeah, man. Let's just be honest about what's going on. But, brother, can you give me that Isaiah real quick? 45 and 7.
It's Isaiah 45, verse 7. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things.
And give me Isaiah 55 and 3 through 11. So the Most High God creates peace. He creates evil. The Most High God does all these things. See, a lot of times our people think it's petty and it's personal when we try to tell them when you pray to God, God is going to give back what you gave him. All the time you have for the Most High God, he's going to requite that to you. So if you had no time, guess what he's going to have for you? No time. If you had excuses, guess what God's going to have? Excuses. You're going to get according to your ways. So how about you men, women, and children who realize who you are as an Israelite and rededicate yourself to the Most High God and repent and keep his laws? Well, if you turn back to him, he'll turn back to you. That's why salvation, we know it's by faith, but faith without works is dead. But anyway, let's get back on this lesson. Go ahead and get it.
So Isaiah chapter 55, verse 3. Incline your ear and come unto me. Hear, and your soul shall live. And I will make an everlasting covenant with you, even the sure mercies of David. Behold, I have given him for a witness to the people, a leader and commander to the people. Behold, thou shalt call a nation that thou knowest not, and the nations that knew not thee shall run unto thee because of the Lord thy God, and for the Holy One of Israel, for he hath glorified thee. Seek ye the Lord while he may be found. Call ye upon him while he is near.
Brother, you an Israelite, you a king riding on the earth. Keep God's commandments. But what we just read is that we need to be inclining our ears to be taught so that we can learn of who we are, learn what we're supposed to be doing as God's chosen. One of the things that you see with Jake, which I'm talking about blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, especially when you look at the school system, we have a attention span problem. You can't hold the attention of our people for very long without them getting restless, distracted, angry, fill in the blank. They'll become anything else but attentive and focused. And as a result, it's very hard to teach our people. That's why a more rigid instrument of judgment has to be used than just words and caring focus, right? Because we carefully focus on our people with love and diligence. We don't just come out here unprepared. We study for hours. We congregate with men far greater than us in this truth to learn of the things we need to know so that we can come out here and educate our people and free them from the shackles of oppression, because that freedom starts in the mind. But despite all the dedication, more times than not, our people cannot replicate that dedication even for their own lives. And that's exactly why judgment is going to find them, right? But you're supposed to be seeking the Lord while he may be found and calling upon him while he is near. I'm going to tell y'all, it's not going to get any nearer than today. Because every day the Most High God closes the door to repentance a little more. And eventually it's going to shut. The same way when Noah was on the ark and the Most High God closed the doors, he's going to close the doors to repentance. And your ass going to be out here trying to figure out if you're an Israelite or not. Trying to figure out who the white man is and what he's really doing. You're going to be trying to figure out, why are they saying there's an alien invasion? See, most of y'all aren't even aware of that blue light that was seen from all the way from England, all the way to Norway, all the way to California, all the way back to Alaska. Most of y'all are not aware of that. Why? Because you're not plugged into what's going on the earth. And you know who claimed credit for it? Elon Musk, SpaceX. Good old white man. Claiming credit for things that are impossible to him with his current standard of technology. But that's because your God is inquiring of you, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. Your God is preparing to fight for you and liberate you. And these are the very last moments that you have to repent. But keep going, brother.
Verse 7. Let the wicked forsake his way, and the unrighteous man Let the wicked forsake his way, and the unrighteous man his thoughts, and let him return unto the Lord, and he will have mercy upon him, and to our God, for he will abundantly pardon. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, saith the Lord. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts.
I know some of y'all are saying, well, if God wanted everything a certain way, why didn't he just make it perfect? Well, his thoughts are not your thoughts. Yeah, I said it right. His thoughts are not your thoughts, and his ways are not your ways. His ways are higher than yours, and there is a story that the Most High God once told. And it's being told through the actions and experiences of his creation. See, again, that's why it's so difficult for blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians to imagine a God with standards. Because they've been told that God is just an old man sitting up in heaven. He lost track of Satan and a third of his angels. Evil came into the earth, and the Most High God don't do evil according to their understanding. So the Most High God lost track of heaven. He lost track of the earth, and he just sitting up there, don't know what to do.
Can't control his house.
Can't even control his son. His son came down here and said, hey, look, we doing something different. I know my dad said a bunch of things in the Old Testament, but here's a new plan. There's only 2 laws.
Right.
And it's basically just love. Meanwhile, the same person telling you the new 2 laws and showing you a white Jesus, they about to burn your ass at the stake if you don't believe it. See, again, man, if you understand the lies and the track record of these devils, you would understand it has to be God behind it. Has to be. Because how the hell did these lies take hold and work? But again, the Most High God sets up kings and rulers, as it says in Daniel 4:17. You want to grab that real quick? Real quick. I know we got 2 more verses in 55 of Isaiah, but we're going to get that real quick. Because again, we have to understand how things came to be what they are. How is it that in Nebuchadnezzar's dream that he was given by the Lord, you saw the Greeks as the brass legs or the thighs, and then you had the Romans as the lower calves and the lower leg, and then you had the iron mixed, the iron as the lower legs, and then the iron mixed with the miry clay to represent the rebirth of the Roman Empire and the melting pot that would be their civilization. How was all this shown to somebody thousands of years ago? Well, it's because the Most High God spake of these things from the beginning, right?
Daniel chapter 4, verse 17. This matter is by the decree of the watchers, and the demand by the word of the holy ones, to the intent that the living may know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of man, and giveth it to whomsoever he will, and setteth up over the basis of man.
So the Most High God sets up whomever he deems acceptable as the ruler of separate ages. Once upon a time you had the Egyptians. Once upon a time you had the new Babylonians. Then you had the Persians and Medes. Then you had the Greeks. Then you had us breaking off the yoke of slavery for a brief period, the Hasmonean dynasty. And then we went right back into slavery under the Romans. And then after that, we had a 1,000-year span of rulership throughout Europe, mainly the provinces of Rome, because the white man got driven back into the caves because the world got sick and fed up of his wickedness again. And after that 1,000-year period, the white man came on out, lying and raping and killing, just like he's accustomed to. Saying he's changed, he's reborn, undergoing a renaissance. When really that renaissance was an all-you-could-steal buffet. Stealing everything that blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians built for their civilization. Which is why they can't even explain how they built those castles over in Scotland and Ireland today. And they sure the hell can't replicate them. Why? Because they didn't build them. Same reason why there's more pyramids over here in North America and South America than there are in Egypt. Now I have a question. Why would that be? Well, if the people who built the pyramids got taken from that land, the pyramids are going to show up wherever they go.
Right. No, they still can't explain how they were built.
Hey, they're still finding new revelations about the pyramids today. One of the revelations that they just recently released as of this last month is that they found these huge columns upwards of 600 yards deep under these pyramids. They don't even know what they're for. And they damn sure don't know how they were built. And you know what the white man would rather say than say, hey, the blacks who were in Egypt at the time of their slavery, they built it. They'd rather say aliens built it.
Right.
See, to you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, you don't understand just how much your enemy hates you. He'll steal your culture, steal your land, steal everything about you, and then turn around and say, hey, you didn't do anything. You didn't contribute anything. You niggers were swinging from vines on the west coast of Africa. Meanwhile, he didn't know how to bathe. Still don't, really, if you ask me.
Let it run down from the top.
Yeah, you let it just run down from the top of your head, the only place that you put soap on. And you compound that without even using a wash rag. See, that's why when y'all come around, we know it's y'all because you smell like wet dog. And that's because you don't wash properly. Hey, don't get mad at me. Improve your hygiene. It is what it is. The Most High God sets up the basest of men. And you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians should be asking, how do people who don't even know how to wash their own bodies, how are they over you? How is it people who don't understand that a multi-ton tractor is going to result in soil compression and choke the roots of future crops? How is it that these people are over you and about to cause a famine in the land that they stole? Or chemicals like glycophosphate, which cause all types of gastrointestinal irritation and cancer. How is it that the white man doesn't understand that you don't use these things on your food that you eat? How? Or how about those contrails they say are just water vapor, but they stay in the air all day behind their planes? See, those of y'all who aren't paying attention, the government already admitted what it is. Barium, which is poisonous, aluminum particulate, which is poisonous, and bacteria. And then you wonder why the birds and the bees and the plants and the people are all dying. Because of the good old-fashioned white man. The man who is both riding the red horse and the pale horse. Right. And the black horse shit, because you about to see famine, the likes of which you ain't never seen before. Brought to you by the master of disaster, the doctor of doom, the white man. He can't help himself. See, and they laugh not understanding, man. Millions of people have died behind them. See, they don't understand. The way they treated the world is how they're about to be treated. That's why all these nations are tired of the white man's bullshit. Even Russia, other white people are tired of y'all. They sick of y'all shit. Destroying the earth. Lying and cheating and stealing. They tired of y'all. That's why we telling you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians to come back and serve your God. Because when this nation is torn down, you will either separate or you will die with it. We got Miss Ann back in the area. Get me Isaiah 14:23 while she's here. We're going to give her a little bit more judgment every time she passes. So she understands, hey, it ain't personal. It's all business.
It's Isaiah chapter 14, verse 23. I will also make it a possession for the bittern and pools of water, and I will sweep it with the besom of 21. It's Isaiah 14, verse 21. Prepare slaughter for his children, for the iniquity of their fathers, that they do not rise, nor possess the land, nor fill the face of the world with cities. So the Most High God is making it readily apparent through the prophet Isaiah that slaughter is prepared for the children of our oppressors. See, for you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians who keep saying, well, that was a long time ago, the Most High God ain't hearing none of that shit. Because to him, a day in our eyes, or in his eyes, is 1,000 years to us. It ain't even been more than half a day since slavery stopped. And technically, if you want to be real, slavery was going all the way up into the 1960s. See, most of you took your ear off the ground the moment the white man said, hey, you niggers are free. Go ahead and go to my prisons. Go to my convict leasing system. See, that's why when they let you go from the plantation, you join the chain gang. You join the convict leasing system where you were working in governors' houses. You were on the employee leasing system. See, that's where all these contracting organizations really came from. That's when they used to pimp out slaves or ex-slaves as workers in different communities. See, a lot of people don't realize America never changed because America can't run different. Right. She just can't. Y'all got time for the Bible today, a couple minutes?
I don't, but I'm a pastor.
Okay. Well, Pastor, what tribe in the Bible we come from?
What tribe?
What tribe we come from? You the pastor.
It's true.
If you're a Negro pastor, you're from the tribe of Judah. Because Jesus Christ in the Bible is described as having hair of lamb's wool and skin of burned brass.
That's true.
Right?
That's true.
All right, y'all. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you as well.
Of course. Yeah. I mean, shit, we got to let our people know who they are. Because I'm going to tell you, if your hands are joined unto your enemies, how are you supposed to be prosperous? And see, young brother, you saw that. You got to let them know. You the pastor. Why you asking me? So I have a question. If your pastor can't tell you what tribe you come from, why you gonna give him money in his church? Why he pulling up in a Bentley and you pulling up on the bus? These are questions that we all should be asking. Because, brother, if you're Mexican, did you know you're an Israelite? Are you Mexican, brother? What are you? You Mexican? You from the tribe of Issachar, brother. Issachar in the Hebrew means he who was hired. He who was hired. Who are the hardest workers on the planet? Mexicans, hands down. Now, before you were Mexican, weren't you called the Aztec people? The Azteca? Didn't you speak Nawa? Nawa is a broken dialect of Hebrew. Why you think when the conquistadors came over here, they had black men like Luis de Torres who spoke Hebrew, and he was able to speak with our Mexican brothers and interpret for the conquistadors. Because they knew y'all were part of the lost tribes of the house of Israel. Now, you do any boxing, brother? No? You just out here exercising? Okay. Now, I'm going to tell you, you shouldn't smoke, but only blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians could start a workout routine and take a break to smoke a cigarette and then get right back to doing cardio. Right. Give me Deuteronomy 7:6, man. The Bible says we are a very special people. Did you know that, brother? Okay. Well, we gonna read it. And then I have a question. If you're an Israelite, brother, what are we supposed to be doing? Well, brother, look around. A couple of 100 miles away from here, aren't they shoving Mexican kids in cages at the border? Yeah, they are. How about our sisters, black and Hispanic women? Don't they get kidnapped and trafficked all the time? Yeah, they do. So how you gonna have a good time, brother, when your people are in bondage? Hey, how about our brothers? I know you got plenty of people in your family in prison. So do I. Did you know the Bible says that we would be snared in holes and hid in prison houses? That's Isaiah 42:22. But let's get this, brother.
Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 6. For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself above all people that are upon the face of the earth.
Above all people. That's what we are, brother. How old are you? 23, right? In college? No, I'm going to tell you. Good decision. You better off just going straight to work. That's what I did. And guess what? I'm working next to college graduates and shit.
I'm a good race car.
Hey, it's like I said, man.
I've been doing this since I was young.
Yeah.
So all I know is work. I don't need to go to school.
All praises, man.
Right now, I have like 6-7 cars, but I'm just waiting on parts right now. So I'm just doing my day.
Okay. Ain't nothing wrong with a little bit of leisure, right?
Yeah.
But don't forget to serve God. So I'm going to tell you, all them things I just mentioned, us being in prison.
He's with me.
Okay. Oh.
He's walking with me.
What if I told you that the cross is an idol? The cross that you have around your neck? An idol is a fake God that you worship. Get me Deuteronomy 28:64. I think that's more important because we're supposed to be serving God and keeping his commandments. And one of the commandments is to not serve other gods, right? Right. So I'm going to go ahead and read this to you real quick.
It's Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 64. And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people from the one end of the earth even unto the other. And there thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone.
So I have a question. Wasn't the cross made of wood? It was. So why would you why would you give honor to the cross when that's what they used to kill our Messiah? It's a question you should ask. Do you have any brothers or sisters who've been victims of like violence on the streets? Yeah. Say you had a brother who got killed by like a Glock. Would you then get a gold diamond studded Glock around your neck? No. So why would you put a cross around your neck?
Because I'm close to him, I guess. I don't know. That's what I was taught.
Okay. Let me show you something. Go to Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7. Because what if I told you the Most High God is only close with those who dwell with wisdom? Right? If you're not dwelling with wisdom, the Most High God isn't with you. And go...
I do have wisdom.
A wisdom according to the scriptures.
I don't read the Bible.
Well, how are you going to be close to God? He's in the book.
Good for me.
Let me read this to you
For me.
real quick. Give me verse 28.
That's it, I don't gotta read a book to be close to God.
Well, how's he going to know what he thinks he says?
I just go based off whatever he thinks.
I'm going to read something else to you after that.
I believe in faith. I really.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it, bro.
I'm a very lucky person, you know. I'm blessed to be around that, you know.
Brother, I'm going to tell you.
So, I mean, that's why I believe in God. Like,
Okay.
He'll put me in situations where he's, really.
Oh, I know. You live here in America.
Yeah,
It's
well,
dangerous for us here. I know.
well,
But
here
here's the thing, though.
This area is dangerous.
Yeah, I hear people with AKs and shit at night.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I know it's dangerous. You know what I'm saying? But when you know that, if God is trying to tell you, say if God says not to eat pork, are you willing to do that?
But I'm not gonna hear him say.
But see, here's the thing. Now, we're prophets of the Most High. We're out here to tell you of the things that God has taught us to give to our people.
How do I know that book ain't a lie?
Well, then you got to try the book.
But how do I know what book to read?
Well, you got to try the book. Have you read the book?
And I haven't read any book.
Well,
'cause
how do you
who
know it's
wrote
alive
it?
then?
Who wrote it?
We're going to get that. Do
Exactly.
you want an answer?
Yeah, I don't know. I think they're just printing whatever.
No, they're not printing whatever.
I don't
Because
know.
King James, he's the one who put together the KJV Bible.
But who's gonna read like 4 different Bibles?
We will.
That one?
Yeah. We read the KJV, the CB, what is it, the CEV, the NLT.
I don't know what that is.
They're all different versions of the Bible. Yeah. Hell, we need brothers who read the Spanish Bible. You speak Spanish?
Yeah.
We need you, brother.
Nah, I don't speak it like that though.
But you can speak it well enough.
Nah, they speak it crazy.
Nah, they talk like fast.
Nah,
That's why
but
I
their
get it.
words are different than English. I think English is more sluggish than Mexican.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah, the
But-
Mexican is very. The Spanish is crazy.
I hear y'all talking a
Nah,
million miles a minute.
Yeah, this is.
Hey,
Y'all go to Mexico and y'all listen to.
You got time for the
smart
Bible
people.
today? A couple minutes?
Those people do talk.
Well, come talk to us. Just a few minutes. We talking about the Bible. We don't want your number or money. We just want to talk about the Lord.
I talked to some smart Mexicans, and bro, I don't even know half the saying. Like,
Okay, well, listen to this real quick. Get that for me.
It's Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, verse 28. For God loves none but him that dwells with wisdom.
Hear that? So God only loves those. God is only dealing with those who dwell with wisdom. I have a question, right? You have a father and a mother, right? What if you did everything wrong that your father and mother told you to do? Do you expect your father and mother to like you? No. If you're purposely disobeying your father and mother, eventually, once you turn 18, they like, yo, get out of my house. What do you think God has done to his people? We're in slavery right now. He said, get out of my house, because our land is Israel. We're supposed to be over in Israel right now, brother. Not here in America being slaves to the white man. But the reason why we're slaves to the white man is because we won't serve God. Brother, can you get me Deuteronomy 28 and 46? And then read down from there? You about to take off, brother? All right. Well, we'll be here for the next couple hours. If you swing back by, stop a little bit, all right? All right, bro. But just know, you an Israelite from the tribe of Issachar. Issachar means he who was hired. Right? And before that brother goes, you know, go ahead and drop that because I thought he was going to stick around. Give me Ecclesiastes 12 and 13. Ecclesiastes 12 and 13. Because the brother needs to know what the nitty-gritty is in terms of our relationship with God and him.
It's Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man.
So our whole duty is to keep God's commandments, to fear him. How many commandments are there, brother? Yeah, I think it's music back on. You know how many commandments there are, brother? Okay, we'll go back to it. Have a good one, man. For those of y'all listening, there are 613 commandments. See, and our people, man, they want to worship God according to the doctrine of men. Can you give me Isaiah 29? And start at verse 9. Yeah.
So Isaiah chapter 29, verse 9. Stay yourselves and wonder. Cry ye out and cry. They are drunken, but not with wine. They stagger, but not with strong drink. For the Lord hath poured out upon you the spirit of deep sleep, and hath closed your eyes. The prophets and your rulers, the seers, hath he covered. And the vision of all is become unto you as the words of a book that is sealed, which men deliver to one that is learned, saying, read this, I pray thee. And he said, I cannot, for it is sealed.
That's one of the primary reasons why our people don't read the Bible. Because they read it and they don't understand it, not understanding that the Bible itself is encoded. Just because you know what the words say doesn't mean you know what the Bible means. See, when the Bible says things like the law is a lamp unto your feet, you might know what each one of those words means, but how does the Bible illuminate your path? Surely words that you read don't give off any real physical light. See, some of our people don't even understand when the Bible is being metaphorical.
Right.
But see, your enemies, they can't distinguish the difference. And you are learning from the interpretation of your enemies. That's why if you go to a church, they fall upon something called a 501c3, which is a charter and a contract that your pastor signs with the government telling them what they can and can't teach. So you're learning the precepts of men, and we're about to get right into that. Keep going, brother.
Verse 12. And the book is delivered to him that is not learned, saying, read this, I pray thee. And he said, I am not learned. Wherefore the Lord said, for as much as this people draw near me with their mouth and with their lips do honor me, but have removed their heart far from me, and their feet toward me is taught by the precept of men.
By who?
Is taught by the precept of men.
So the worldly fear toward God is taught by the precepts of men. That's why that brother, I know the camera didn't get it, but I'll let you know what he said. He said that he knows God and he has faith, but when I asked him, hey, do you read the Bible? He said, I don't read it. So the logical question is, well, how do you know what God actually said if you don't read the book? And immediately, oh yeah, it's been tampered with.
Right.
How would you know?
How can I trust that book without even testing it?
But to blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, if you don't read anything in general, how would you know? That's why, some will go, well, I don't like the King James. Why? Because you can't read it? I mean, by that standard, you shouldn't like a Maserati or a Ferrari because you ain't never drove it. But you motherfuckers will sacrifice your lives to get one of them cars. Meanwhile, this is the life that you should be yearning for, the wisdom of the scriptures. And meanwhile, our people can't be bothered to seek after it. And got the excuse, well, I never read it, but it's been tampered with.
Right.
Give me Isaiah 34:16. Shit, we all up in Isaiah today, man.
Yeah.
Shit, I tell you.
So Isaiah chapter 34, verse 16. Seek ye out of the book of the Lord and read. No one of these shall fail. None shall want her mate. For by mouth it hath commanded, and his spirit it hath gathered them.
And brother, can you give me Psalm 68:11? See, we're supposed to be seeking out of the book of the Lord and reading. And to my young Hispanic brother and sister who just walked by, y'all are Israelites. Y'all are chosen and you're special. Keep God's laws, especially if you call yourself believing in Jesus. And ask yourself as you walk up the street, why is it that you're faster, stronger, smarter than your oppressor, and yet he rules over you? To my sister, they call you ugly. Meanwhile, the white woman would chop your whole head off of your body and put it on hers if she could.
Do everything in the world to look like you.
Doing everything. She out here black and brown fishing, trying to look exotic, what they call it. Look up something called melanotan too when you get home, where they take melanin shots. And see, they're trying to tell you that they synthesized that in the lab, but where's all these missing people going?
Right.
Organ harvesting is a very real thing, and so is melanin harvesting. You mean to tell me that if a black or Hispanic man dies, their body is worth millions of dollars if you just chop it up into pieces and get everything you can off of it? You mean to tell me the white man whose God is money is going to let that just rot in the ground? Meanwhile, he's walking around getting burnt up by the sun. Nah, he ain't letting that go. But go ahead and get it, brother.
Psalms chapter 68, verse 11. The Lord gave the word. Great was the company of those that published it.
So the Most High God gave the word, and great was the company of those that published it, meaning many men were involved in the composition of the Bible and its writing. But the reality is, our people want it to be stamped by a specific author. See, if I told them that an author like R.L. Salvatore wrote it, they'd be like, oh, cool, a white man wrote the Bible, I'll read it now.
Right.
But if I tell you that men just like you, going through oppression, wrote the Bible, all of a sudden, oh, shit, I don't want to get involved with that. Can't trust them. See, you won't learn from your people when it comes to doing righteousness, but you'll sure as hell follow them to the strip club. You'll pass the blunt around and not interrupt the rotation at all damn day, emulating the wickedness of your own people. See, that's why you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, you're being left with no excuse in these last days. No excuses. Because the Most High God sent forth his teachers and prophets, saying all the day long to stop doing the things that God hates, and most of you can't be bothered. See, it's a shame, man. See, you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians always ask, how long is it going to take for you to wise up? So I'm going to tell you, the longer that you remain obstinate and rebellious, the longer these lice-infested white folks get to keep walking around, desecrating your land, desecrating your heritage, and stealing everything from you. Hope it broke. Yeah, buddy, all praises. See, the reality is, you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, you're gluttons for punishment.
Right.
And you think that makes you honorable to stand up resolute under the whip when it makes you a fool for getting whipped in the first place. See, and that's the imagery that the white man loves to show you. Movies like Glory with Denzel Washington. He don't even want to cry. Ooh, the whip don't get to me. But how about when God has the master sell your children and you cry yourself to sleep in your slave cabin? Let's bring that up to the modern day. How about when CPS comes and takes your kids?
Right.
And you sit there weeping all the day long. You've taken all your sick leave because you can't bother to get out of bed. And then they say, hey, nigger, you still got to go to work, otherwise I'm going to make you homeless.
Right.
And how about you Hispanics? Sitting in an ICE detention center, not even sure when you're going to get out of it. No trial, no representation. Your children, you don't know where they're at. White man said, hey, I promise they'll come back. For realsies this time.
We'll reunite y'all.
Yeah, we going to reunite y'all, even though we hate y'all and trying to steal your land and trying to exploit you for labor. But don't worry, we're going to reunite your family after we get done deporting you from the land that you built up. It's like I said, y'all are gluttons for punishment. And I'm not going to get Isaiah 1 and 3 because I get it every week. See, the thing is, Jake, you don't know who your God is and where your homeland is. The ox knoweth his owner, and the ass his master's crib, but Israel doth not know. My people do not consider. That's why later on in that very same chapter it has to be postulated, why should ye be stricken anymore? You will revolt more and more. The whole head is sick and the whole heart faint. You niggas are out of your minds because of all the suffering that you've gone through. Not understanding that the Most High God is finally visiting you in your low estate and you're too out of your minds to realize it. You're looking to the very same people who strung you up from trees as if they're going to save you. Hell, I use the past tense. The white man's still hanging you. He's still hanging you and still covering it up. All these areas like Frisco, Texas. Areas like Jasper, Texas. Slocum, Texas. Hell, San Antonio and Austin. There were some hangings a couple of years ago. Never got any conclusive evidence or conclusion on that. Hell, you let them tell it, you hung yourself. And then you shot yourself in the head 2 times.
There's a young brother that was a truck driver.
Say that in the mic. Say it in the mic.
The young brother that was a truck driver, they saw him buying rope or whatever in Walmart on camera, and then they end up finding him hung in a wood somewhere, and they try to say that he did it to himself when his family said that he was happy with his life and all that stuff. Yeah.
See, but that's how the wicked would do, who plans to murder the innocent in secret. See, that's the white man's MO. See, when he cheats you out of everything and robs you blind, he says, hey, you stole all that stuff from yourself. You should have known better. And in a sense, he's right, because the Bible told you to never trust your enemy. And most of you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, you have all the suspicion towards your own people, but none towards your enemies. And that's why you suffer. And you will keep suffering. The beatings will continue until morale improves.
Thank you, sir, man. Have enough.
Man, for real. Jake is like, thank you, sir, man. I have another. Can't get enough of it. But yet, Jake won't show any mercy toward his own people. None whatsoever. It really is a shame. But, brother, can you get me...
You want to finish up 55 or?
Yeah, because I need that.
You're going to 13, right?
No, just go to 11.
11.
Yeah, just go to 11.
It's Isaiah 55, verse 10. For as the rain cometh down, and the snow from heaven, and returneth not thither, but watereth the earth, and maketh it bring forth and bud, that it may give seed to the sower, and bread to the seeder, and bread to the eater. So shall my word be that goeth forth out of my mouth. It shall not return unto me void, but it shall accomplish that which I please, and it shall prosper in the thing whereto I sent it.
So the Most High God is making it readily apparent that his word does not return unto him void. Again, the theme of this lesson is that God is a man of his word. And part of God's word is that he's going to provide vengeance and recompense to his enemies.
That's right.
And his chief enemy is none other than the white man and woman.
$30.
The Edomites. The enslavers of the earth. I love that look that Miss Ann gives. Really, me? Yes, you. Look at the world around you. Look at that river y'all fucked up. Blacks and Hispanics didn't do it. You did it. Look at it. See, nobody says this to y'all. That's why y'all walk around bobble-headed and airheaded, completely oblivious to the suffering that you cause. Where are all the birds at, Miss Ann? Where's all the fruit and the insects? I know, you killed them all. And if it were left up to you, you kill everything else.
Why stop that? Forrest Gump said it best. Might as well keep going.
Yeah, might as well keep going on that Forrest Gump shit. Why stop here? Why finish the work?
Right.
Go ahead and finish. The only thing the white man ever gave up on is fucking everything up. Ain't that something? Gave up on peace, gave up on equality, but fully dedicated to destroying the earth. Wonder why that is. And can't be dissuaded. You got the whole world telling America to stand down. And you know what America says? Fuck y'all, we standing up. Iran, why you got nuclear weapons? Even though America's the only nation in history to drop nuclear bombs on somebody. They over there quibbling in other nations about them having nuclear weapons. Meanwhile, America's pulling up with all of their bombers and aircraft carriers to make war with Iran. Gee, I wonder why they want to arm themselves. I wonder why.
Destroying shit is like their crack. Like, it keep calling me.
Yeah. Hey, it's the white man's craft. He rules by the sword.
Right.
And then when he's killing you, he says, hey, why are you fighting me back? Don't the cops do that as they pop you in the face, tasing you, shooting you, putting a canine on you? They say, stop resisting. Stop resisting as I punch your face in. Hey, stand down and let me brutalize your loved ones.
Take that.
Meanwhile, these same white folks will go over my dead body to the cops when they try to come in their neighborhoods.
Right.
All these damn trailer park trash in Kentucky and Alabama. Talking about the South shall rise again. See, that's one thing that I'm surprised you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians don't copy. And that's the rebellious spirit that the white man shows to his own people. I'm surprised you don't copy that. Because if there's a group of people on the planet who refuse to be victimized by agents of the government, it's these country-ass white folk.
That's right.
But you don't copy that.
They only want to be rebellious to the Lord. That's it. Shit.
And the Most High God sends his prophets out here to tell you how to keep God's laws so he can get this damn devil off of you. And that's who you want to resist. That's when Jake gets a battery in his back to stand strong and tall. That's why you niggas are incorrigible, man. Incorrigible meaning you can't be dissuaded.
Not my white man.
Oh, shit. My white snuggle bunny would never do such a thing. She only called me niggers on the weekend.
When I really upset him.
Yeah, when I really upset him. And it's not her fault. I did it.
My fault.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm clumsy. All these doorknobs keep hitting me in the eye. I fail. That's how Jake is, man. Make every excuse for his oppressor. But to his own people, who are being brutalized by the same economic system, brutalized by the same law enforcement system, excluded and exploited by the same government, you got all the smoke in the world for you, brother.
Right.
Hey, give me Deuteronomy 28:54 real quick, real quick. See, the reality is, man, most of you blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, man, y'all don't understand that you have plenty of opportunity to stand up against injustice. But just make sure you're accurate in who you brand as unjust. You got to do your homework on the so-called criminals and perpetrators, because a lot of your purviews on who's really at fault, it's just incomplete. Yes, we steal from each other, but why do we have to steal on land that we built through slavery?
Right.
Why are we in a low estate when we built and did everything? I know, because a white man took all the proceeds from slavery. He took all the profits from slavery. And he wasted it all.
Right.
Hell, some of these white folks still wasting money trafficking children. Look at Bitcoin. That's why they love spending money anonymously, because on the dark web, what did they have a couple of years ago? Silk Road.
Yeah.
Where they were buying hard drugs and selling children and organizing assassinations. It was never a better time to be a hitman. Brought to you, once again, by the master of disaster, the doctor of doom. You got to understand something. The whole world is languishing under the oppression that the white man put on it. That's why they look back confused when you call them out, because most of you niggas let them feel at home as they walk around you. You try to make it look like it don't hurt when he lashes your back, when he fires you from a job, when he steals your children, when he tells them, hey, slavery don't exist, but I still got you on this school to prison pipeline.
Right.
So you let him live all that down with no resistance. But once again, your own people, hey, try reading books around black people. You'll become a pariah overnight simply because you want to be educated. Niggas will be like, you think you're better than me.
Right.
Well, I mean, to be real, I am. I'm reading. And you could be better too. All you gotta do is read. That's like you getting mad at somebody who practices track and field all day. They run faster than you. It's like, bro, why you mad at me? You got access to the same track, the same, conditioning methods that I got access to. But you mad at me because I'm taking advantage of them.
You got 2 legs on your feet. 2 legs on your body. 2 feet.
And the spirit and body of an Israelite. But go ahead and get it, brother.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 54. So that the man that is tender among you and very delicate, his eyes shall be evil towards his brother, and toward the wife of his bosom, and toward the remnant of his children, which he shall leave.
And these are some of the words that were said to us by Moses when we were newly established as the Israelites. So you could say, in a sense, this was from the beginning, or a beginning. And despite the Most High God making it known what the curses would be, our people are still taken by surprise. I'm going to tell you, man, Jay can't do the right thing, even if it means, fucking falling and hitting the ground in a timely manner. You know what I'm saying? Jay got to find a way to fly into the sky, do a double flip, and hit the ground.
Right.
Jay can't do normal shit, man. Always got to do extra. That's why these curses, they hurt so much when you finally see them. And I say it all the time as an Israelite, when you finally wake up to this truth, you break down and cry because you realize, man, this is better than any Disney movie that you've ever seen.
Right.
Because you're talking about the redemption of the lowest people on the planet. Being set back as the most noble and illustrious people that were ever created. Nothing is better than that.
Right.
But the reality is that if you do not keep God's laws, you are not going to see redemption, black and Hispanic and Native Indian man. You are going to see corruption in the grave. Because you're going to have to pay the same ultimate price as your enemy who's walking about on America on stolen land. See, and that's the look I always love. Like I'm in somebody else's house.
Going to the refrigerator.
Yeah, I'm in your house, even though your people raped and robbed to steal America, but I'm in your house. I love that look. See, that's why, again, the world is tired of the so-called white man. Tired. Absolutely worn out of the hypocrisy, the wickedness, and the evil. The world is tired. And Vladimir Putin can't push the button soon enough to get rid of you people. But, brother, can you go ahead and get me 1 Corinthians 2 and 5 through 6? And then 2 Ezra 9 and 4. Because we have to make it known that the Most High God spake of all these things from the beginning. The Most High God let it be known that our foot would slide in time. That was in Deuteronomy 32. We ain't read it, but it's there. Go ahead and read it yourself. He knew that our foot would slide in due time. We'd break his commandments and we'd go into captivity. That's why all the contingency clauses of the curses were implemented in the covenant. Because the curses only take effect if we break God's laws. And the blessings only take effect if we keep God's laws. But brother, go ahead and get it.
It's 1 Corinthians chapter 2, verse 5. That your faith should not stand in the wisdom of men, but in the power of God. Howbeit we speak wisdom among them that are perfect, yet not the wisdom of this world, nor of the princes of this world, that come to naught. But we speak the wisdom of God in a mystery, even the hidden wisdom, which God ordained before the world unto our glory. You said through 9?
Yeah.
Which none of the princes of this world knew, for had they known it, they would not have crucified the Lord of glory. But as it is written, eye hath not seen, nor ear heard, neither have entered into the heart of man the things which God hath prepared for them that love him.
So the Most High God spake of all these things from the foundation of the earth. Not just the oppression of his people, but the enslavement of them as well. And the vengeance that's going to be on them who took them into slavery. See, that's why I love the pain looks that the white man has now as his country falls apart. I love it.
Right.
Because now it's all hands on deck, let's be brothers. But where was that energy 400 years ago? Where was that energy when you were doing things like the Spanish Inquisition, trying to force our people to externalize the message of salvation to them? Because, see, folks don't even realize that's what the Catholic Church is really about. It's the universalizing of the Bible, when the Bible doesn't extend the love of God to everyone, nor the salvation from God's enemies to everyone. And I'll make it more practical for you. If your house were being robbed and your family was being held captive, when the cops come in, are they going to save the criminal and your family, or are they going to just save your family? Now, Brother Armand just said something very pertinent. If you're an Israelite, which means you're a black, Hispanic, or Native Indian, chances are the cops might kill you while they're trying to get rid of the so-called threat. And how many times have we called the cops in distress? Some way, somehow, a woman who's boiling water on her oven gets shot simply because she says she rebukes something in the name of Jesus.
Right.
Now, all of a sudden, this cracker officer gets a hair in his ass and he wants to kill somebody. How many times have we called the police simply to keep the peace around our property, and somehow we're branded brigands and thieves on our own property and killed?
Right.
Happens all the time. As a matter of fact, can you get me Zechariah 11 and 4 through 5? See, all these things, again, were spoken from the beginning, man. We're not making none of this stuff up. That's why everything that's happening today, we can go to an example in the Bible to show you that it was all accounted for. All of it. All the brutality. All of it.
Zechariah 11, verse 4. Thus saith the Lord my God, feed the flock of the slaughter, whose possessors slay them, and hold themselves not guilty. And they that sell them say, Blessed be the Lord, for I am rich, and their own shepherd pity them not.
So the Bible in Zechariah 11 and 4 through 5, it says, whose possessors slay them. and hold themselves not guilty. Now, what do we find in America? We find our oppressors who kill us in cold blood, and then they go to court and they're branded not guilty. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? Okay. Do you know God's name?
Jehovah Nisi, Jehovah Jireh, Jehovah Shalom, Jesus Christ.
The letter J is only 500 years old. That is incorrect. And there it is. See, that's why I didn't say the answer on the back end of that. Because I want to see, do you actually want to know? Or do you want to walk away with your current understanding, which is incorrect? Because if his name is Jehovah, you've been calling on him all throughout slavery. Why has he let it continue? See, again, you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, y'all, you fall on your own understanding. And I have to bring it up while they're in the area. The man should have been the one to answer. Because if there was real strife between men, you would have stepped to the side and said, husband, get it.
Right.
See, again, that's why the wrong answer flew out of your household, sir. And it didn't come from you. It came from your wife. Don't hate the players, hate the game.
Right.
Most High God already set up the rules. As a matter of fact, give me Lamentations. Shit, we got something for that. Yeah, buddy. I believe it's Lamentations 3. No, it's 4 and... Yeah, start at Lamentations 4 and 3.
It's Lamentations chapter 4, verse 3. Even the sea monsters draw out the breasts that give suck to their young ones. The daughter of my people has become cruel, like the ostrich is in the wilderness. The tongue of the suckling child cleaveth to the roof of his mouth. The tongue of the suckling child cleaveth to the roof of his mouth for thirst. The young children ask bread, and no man breaketh it unto them.
That's it, hold on. Trying to find something in particular. Right? Because it's cruelty when our women are not capable of teaching their children. See, that's why in Lamentations 4 it lets you know that even the sea monsters draw out the breast and feed their young. But the daughters of Zion are incapable of showing real care and empathy and kindness toward their children because they've been deprived of wisdom in order to do so. Job 39 and 17, Salaki.
Job 29 and 17.
39?
39.
39. I got you. Now, this is right on the money, right? Because there's a reason why our women, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, they'll fire off from the hip a wrong answer and be proud of it.
It's Job chapter 39, verse 17. Because God had deprived her of wisdom, neither hath he imparted to her understanding. Keep on.
So this is talking about really an animal, an ostrich. But, again, our women are likened unto ostriches that are cruel to their young. And another thing that the Israelite woman has been deprived of is understanding. See, that's why, to you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, don't you find it odd that the woman basically runs the hood, and the hood is more violent than it's ever been? I thought girls like Barbies and flowers and butterflies. What happened? Surely if you take those big, brutish men out of the hood would just fix itself. But if you understood how women really get down, a woman left to her own devices is one of the cruelest creatures on the planet. Try telling one of these modern women that you're spending about $50 on the first date and not $500. Watch how she pulls her phone out and tries to ruin your life. And when you try to say, hey, be sensible, she'll go, I am being sensible. I'm outing you in front of the world because you don't want to spend a mint on our first date. She thinks she's doing justice because she's been deprived of wisdom, courtesy of the good old white man.
First day should be like a cup of coffee, talking and hanging out at the most.
Shit, I'm gonna tell you, when I was young, that's exactly what a first date was. You met in a park, usually around like a pond or something, fed the ducks together, and then you go get a cup of coffee. If you're really feeling each other, you go get something to eat. If you still feeling each other, you catch a movie, and at that point, you do a nightcap. And I'm going to tell you, that's what your mama and your daddy did, and they mama and they daddy did.
Right.
Yeah, the technology changed, but more or less, that's how it was. Now there's a complete breakdown, because guess who's at the helm of conditioning our women? The so-called white man. And he sends his white woman to tell our black women, our Hispanic women, our native women, that they're being oppressed. Your man is oppressing you by not being able to give you everything that you want. Meanwhile, I fired your husband from the job to put you in there as middle management. I got rid of the steel mill that your husband worked at and had full benefits at. It was part of a union, so he had job security. I sent that to Mexico.
Right.
See, the reason why you believe you're oppressed, according to the standard you've been given, is still courtesy of your oppressor. But see, most of our sisters, you've been deprived of wisdom, so the odds of you knowing that are very slim. See, that's why you wicked women keep talking about, where the men at, where the men at? Well, where your ass ain't. Let's be real. Because a wicked man is a portion for a wicked woman, and vice versa. That's why some of you women, you always wonder, why do I always seem to attract Mr. Wrong? Why do I attract thugs and jailbirds and wife beaters? Why do I only attract them? Because you're a rebellious, wicked woman. Hell, here's a good test. To you young brothers, always ask these females when you're on the first date, what's your favorite meal to cook? And if she says, I like Hot Pockets, you know what time it is. She likes an easy meal that she can just throw in the oven. Throw in the damn microwave. She don't know how to feed herself or feed children. Should ask her, what's her favorite cleaning agent? If she don't know Pine Sol, Comet, if she don't know them things, you in trouble. Going into slavery, Miss Ann, Mr. Ann, whatever you are. For real, that confusion is courtesy of the white man. And I'm going to tell you, to you women out here talking about you a dude or you could do everything a guy does, do you really believe that? Because when it comes time to move some furniture, you be calling a lot of people. When it comes time to defend yourself out in public, all of a sudden you calling 911 real quick. You know what a man does? He puts up his fair ones and he shoots the fade. That's what a man does. Yeah. This is Sirach 26 and 23. A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man, but a godly woman is given to him that feareth the Lord. That's why most of you men can't find a righteous woman to save your lives, because you're wicked and don't keep God's commandments. And see, for all y'all talk about, it's online dating. My wife keeps the commandments. And guess where we found each other? Online. What are the odds? Looking at a success story. Been married 7 years. And faithful to each other. See, most of y'all don't understand. When you stop doing wickedness and you keep the commandments, the Most High God is like a video game where the new level loads in and the previous level disappears. You in the same environment, but the people ain't the same. All my old friends who like to smoke weed, sit around, you know, talking about women and all the other shit. Hey, man, Most High God got rid of them damn people. For real, like a bad dream. Them niggas was gone quickly. And all my efforts to try to keep them around, the Most High God made it so that they didn't even want to be around me. Because I kept talking about the Bible, talking about keeping the commandments. And that was like roach repellent. It's like when the light is turned on in the kitchen and the roaches scattered. Every time you show up, you're just making them uncomfortable. But see, most of you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, you wonder, where's my power to drive away the devil and evil? Well, it's in the same book that sits on your coffee table collecting dust. The same book you say has been co-opted by everybody, but you've never read it. Hell, next time one of our people says the Bible's been tampered with, I'm going to ask them, spell tamper. Because you shouldn't be using words you can't spell. And that's when you'll see that most of our people, they haven't moved beyond the understanding of a third grader. They don't read no books. They don't pursue no knowledge. But they're highly suspicious of everything that might help them. But anyway, y'all, let's get back on this lesson. Brother, can you get me 2 Ezra 9 and 4? Because again, we're proving that the Most High God spake of all these things from the very beginning. Yeah, Yeah, they riding around. I was going to say if she had time for the Bible. See, it's funny, man. You blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, man. I'm going to tell you, man. Y'all don't want this good news. But this white man, if we were saying that the kingdom of heaven was for him, boy, he'd be up here going, yeah, I knew it, man. I knew you niggas were worthless. Yep. He'd be like, man, in the kingdom, I'm gonna know how to do the Tootsie Roll, the bounce, the typewriter, and fucking do the Superman. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna finally be like you Jakes. See, now understanding the Most High God made you special for a reason. And that's to serve him. And most of y'all can't be bothered. Right? But let's get this scripture.
2nd Ezra chapter 9, verse 4. Then shalt thou well understand that the Most High spake of those things from the days that were before thee, even from the beginning.
So all these things were spoken of from the very beginning. How you doing, brother? Got time for the Bible today? Couple minutes? Got time for the Bible, brother? All right, man. Thou sayest. What if I told you Jesus Christ ain't his real name? Don't care, brother? Yep. You don't care until you get into a tight spot. Then you do the black man shuffle. God, where you at? God, help me. He shook his head again. He gonna, not me. Watch. You gonna get tested too.
Real hard.
See, the Most High God, sometimes he gotta treat you like a man treat his son. Instead of hitting you with a belt, he gotta punch you in the chest. And go, yeah, you so tough, nigga. How tough are you now?
Strength test.
Strength test. Man test. See, I'm going to tell you, black men especially, y'all the weakest of the bunch. Y'all the weakest of the bunch. You got the worst, most decrepit, weak people over in Israel today claiming to be you, the tribe of Judah. They march with you in the same civil rights parades that they're responsible for creating, because who do you think were the primary slave owners? Who do you think underwrote the investments for those slave ships that brought your ass over here? The same people saying that they're Israelites today. That's why you so-called black men, you're disgraces. You're weak. And that's why you're a woman. She's left you in the dust. For the white man at that. And ain't it funny? They say the black girl glow up. Where they get a white man, they put a fitted hat on him. They give him a haircut. Get his facial haircut. Put him in some black apparel, urban apparel. And then they try to pimp him out and go, see, look at him. He's just like you. Behind the scenes, he's shooting blanks, got low testosterone, and he beating on your woman.
Goddamn shame.
It's a shame, man. Like, Kevin Samuels used to say it best, man. You can't make this shit up.
Right.
You cannot write this shit out, man. This is a nightmare that seems to have all types of layers and will never end. That's why when the Bible says that the Messiah is coming to save the Israelites, you got to understand where we're being saved from. Nightmare on Coon Street. Come on. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Stephen from Django, Uncle Ruckus, and Candace Owens. They should make a movie with that cast exactly. I go see it. Shit, I would. Well, I love laughing at coons get they just desserts. I love that.
Right.
Shit. Did you see that video a couple of years ago that black dude, he was in his military fatigues and he was being basically pinned down by the cops. They were brutalizing him. He was like, why are you doing this to me? He crying like a straight hoe. I love watching stuff like that. Because that'll be the same brother who will say, well, we put ourselves in slavery. We did it to ourselves. So you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, y'all are God's chosen. Y'all the Israelites. That's why y'all go into these jobs, you bust your ass, and the white man turns around and calls you lazy. That's why he tells you to get up and go to work, despite you having your kids being scrutinized and oppressed at school, despite you having immediate family that's being deported back to their respective country. And see, you would assume that all these words aren't true because our people pretend like we don't exist. Meanwhile, they're going home to those exact realities. Some of them coming from work right now.
Right.
See, you Native Hispanics, this is Mexico. This ain't no damn Texas. And yet, you working your fingers to the bone, serving the people who treat you like you're a second-class citizen and a guest in your own house.
Like you don't even belong.
They looking at you like, what are you doing here speaking Spanish? I mean, you cannot make this shit up. Like, it's like I said, man, it's like a never-ending nightmare. It really is. And then to add another layer of bizarreness, our sisters are now trying to replace the men, and they're not even qualified to be the men.
Right.
In the least bit. Hell, you got studs now starting to release videos talking about shit. I was all for Team Stud until I actually tried getting with women, and now I'm trying to get with niggas again. It's because this world is that bad, it's that bizarre. Hey, man, but it's funny, man, as crazy as Babylon is, man, why is it just the Israelites are saying that this place is fucked up? Why is it just us? I mean, I find it real interesting, man. Everybody walk around pretending like this world is just operating the way it should when everything is out of course. And all of it was talked about from the beginning. But, brother, can you go ahead and get me 2 Ezra 6 and 57 through 59? Con. As a matter of fact, go to 5 and 27 through 28 first. We're going to be in 2 Ezra 5 for a little bit.
Second Ezra chapter 5, verse 27. And among all the multitudes of people, thou hast gotten thee one people, and unto this people, whom thou lovest, thou gavest a law that is approved of all. And now, O Lord, why hast thou given this one people over unto many, and upon one root hast thou prepared others? And why hast thou scattered thy only one people among many?
So the Most High God chose the Israelites as his favorite people, his chosen people. And Ezra is asking the question, if we're the favorite and we're chosen, why have we been given into the hands of our enemies? Why are people who are inferior to us ruling over us? Why? Keep reading from where you're at, brother, and go all the way to 33. You just finished 28 in 2 Ezra 5.
Verse 29. And they which did gainsay thy promises, and believe not thy covenants, have trodden them down. If thou didst so much hate thy people, yet shouldest thou punish them with thine own hands. Now, when I had spoken these words, the angel that came to me the night afore was sent unto me.
So what you have here is you have Ezra, and he's making supplication unto the Most High God while he's fasting and lamenting for the plight of the Israelites. And Ezra says something that kind of resonates with a lot of us. If the Most High God were so unhappy with his people, why didn't he punish us himself? Not understanding, he did punish us himself. Because there's no other way that this white devil could have taken you over without God's help. See, I don't know if he's Hispanic. See, I'm trying not to pull the trigger on him. Right. But blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, you God's favorite. And the so-called white man is the most hated enemy of God. So if you call yourself getting with them people, you might want to reevaluate your life. See, again, I love the looks that we get when we state things plainly. Why should we be getting with the sons and daughters of the people who put us in slavery? We really have to start asking those questions. How do we get out of this position of being lowly? Because Native Hispanic people, you are God's chosen. You are the Israelites. Black people, you are God's chosen. You are the Israelites. Native Hispanics, Native Indians. See, and we're scattered all around the earth. See, if you understood that we are a special people and we are as the sand of the sea. We are everywhere. See, most of our people, they don't ever consider, maybe this is the way that the Most High God intended to talk to you. Maybe. Because how were the words being received during the times of Yahushua or the times of Christ? Well, look at how they treated the prophets. Well, didn't Paul spend most of his ministry in prison?
Right.
Shit, Jeremiah spent most of his ministry in prison. John the Baptist went to prison and got his head cut off. Hell, actually, Paul got his head cut off too. Peter got crucified upside down. John the Revelator died on the Isle of Patmos in exile. All these were righteous men who spent their livelihoods preaching the word of God, preaching the gospel, dedicating their lives to the upliftment and restoration of their people at the cost of their safety. See, most of our people don't ever suppose the message might not come with a pretty bow on it. You got time for the Bible, brother? But if I was a big booty white woman, I'd have your undivided attention. It's a shame, man. But keep going.
Verse 32, and said unto me, hear me, and I will instruct thee. Hearken to the thing that I say, and I shall tell thee more. And I said, speak on, my Lord. Then said he unto me, thou art sore troubled in mind, for Israel's sake. Lovest thou that people better than he that made them?
So the Most High, or the angel that was sent from the Most High, had to postulate a question to Ezra. You think you love the Israelites more than me? You got time for the Bible, brother? A couple minutes? Not today? Okay. You gonna have time next Saturday, brother? Maybe next Saturday? All right, I'm gonna hold you to it. Because we gonna be out here. Now keep in mind, when you don't have time for God, when you pray to him, you know what he says? Not today, brother, not today.
Maybe next Saturday.
Maybe next time. Hey, how about those people I sent to you, tell you to stop eating pork? Now you're having a heart attack. Now you need help. How about them people who told you not to work on the Sabbath? Now you need help. Hell, even if your enemy is making you go into work, how about you try to do something to commemorate the Sabbath? Even if it means just saying a prayer to the Most High God, thanking him for allowing you to see another one. But more times than not, our people, they just like, yo, I'm going to treat God like he's an appointment that I want to cancel. Hell, most of our people, when's the last time you actually woke up in the morning and said, God, thank you for this day? And just gave the Most High God a moment of your time before you started your day. But see, again, that same selfishness spills over when emergencies strike. All of a sudden, God, if you loved me, you'd come and help me out. God, I can't pay my rent. Where you at?
Right.
My boss just cut my hours at work. Help me out, God. See, again, that's why most of y'all, you blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, your life is one series of mishaps, complications, and calamities over and over and over again. Because these are judgments for your correction. It's a rebuke for your redemption. And most of you refuse to be corrected. So guess what? Got to keep correcting you. When you put metal in the furnace, if it keeps coming out with dross on it, what do you do to it? You put it right back in the furnace. Why you think the Most High God sent the most sharp sword that he has in his armor? Because you refuse to be corrected. But anyway, right? So what we see in 2 Ezra 5 is that the angel had to postulate a rhetorical question. You think you love the Israelites more than the Most High God? Brother, can you go to verse 29 through 33? We're going to get an answer for that.
2 Ezra chapter 5, verse 29. And they which did gainsay thy promises, and believe not thy covenants, have trodden them down. If thou didst so much hate thy people, yet shouldest thou punish them with thine own hands. Now when I had spoken these words, the angel that came to me the night afore was sent unto me, and said unto me, hear me, and I will instruct thee. Hearken to the thing that I say, and I shall tell thee more. And I said, speak on, my Lord. Then said he unto me, thou art sore troubled in mind. For Israel's sake lovest thou that people better than he that made them.
Now go to 6 and 57 through
6:57 through 59.
59. Yes, sir.
2 Ezra chapter 6, verse 57. And now, O Lord, behold, these heathen, which have ever been reputed as nothing, have begun to be lords over us, and to devour us. But we, thy people, whom thou hast called, thy firstborn, thy only begotten, and thy fervent lover, are given into their hands. If the world now be made for our sake, wow, do we not possess an inheritance with the world? How long shall this endure?
Brother, can you go to Hebrews 12 and 5 through 11? So again, this question has been restated a different way in a different chapter of the Bible by Ezra. If we're so prized and precious to the Most High God, why is it that we're being ruled over by our enemies? Why hasn't a vengeance been given for slavery? Why is the so-called white man able to go around the earth, enslaving peoples, spoiling them of their riches and wealth? Why? And why is he able to brutalize the Israelites without any defense of our God? Well, let's see in Hebrews chapter 12, right?
It's Hebrews chapter 12, verse 5. And ye have forgotten the exhortation which speaketh unto you as unto children. My son, despise not thou the chastening of the Lord, nor faint when thou art rebuked of him. For whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth, and scourgeth every son whom he receiveth. If ye endure chastening, God dealeth with you as with sons. For what son is he whom the Father chasteneth not? But if ye be without chastisement, whereof are partakers, then are ye bastards and not sons. Furthermore, we have had fathers of our flesh, which corrected us, and we gave them reverence. Shall we not much rather be in subjection unto the Father of spirits and live?
So who the Most High God loves, he chastens like a father disciplining a son. See, and this is why we have to tell blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians that you are in this low estate because you will not do the simplest things to serve your God. You will not keep his commandments because his commandments are not grievous. They're very easy. But because you won't do them, the Most High God has to discipline you over and over and over again. And it's really amazing when you think about it, right? All the pain and suffering that we've gone through. And yet our people won't do sensible things like wear modest apparel.
Right.
Doesn't matter the occasion. Won't wear modest apparel to save their lives. Don't even matter if their children's with them. But see, the reality is, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, you have gone so far astray that you don't know what modest apparel is. That's why you'll see our brothers out here in booty shorts talking about their being free, walking around small children. You'll see our sisters walking around showing all sorts of cleavages and curves, whether it be the cleavage in the front or the back.
Right.
And they'll do it in front of their kids. And then they'll have the audacity to say, I'm not doing anything wrong. Why are you looking at me sideways? Can you get me 2 Timothy 2 and 15? It might be 2 Timothy, it might be 1 Timothy. What's God's name? What's God's name? What's God's name? What's God's name? See, the reality is our people, they've learned from men like T.D. Jakes who say, woman, thou art loosed. And see, I tried to be sensible and not pin it on somebody, but the reality is if you're dressed like an OnlyFans model, your kids shouldn't see it. Shit. See, and that's my bad for not being specific. See, I was trying to stall our people out because, see, I know I could be a bit rough with our people. But that's my bad because I realize now that Jake don't respect anything other than direct addressment. Get me... If I can turn this Bible. Yeah, it's 1 Timothy 2 and 12. Oh, shit. Yeah, we might have to mace some people. That's cool. Yeah, start in at verse 9. Start at 9.
1 Timothy 2, verse 9. In like manner also, that women adorn themselves in modest apparel, with shamefacedness and sobriety, not with broidered hair, or gold, or pearls, or costly array.
This is one of the reasons why our sons and our daughters don't know what modesty is. Because they're being shown an immodest example from the time they enter the world until the time they exit the household. See, and it's a shame. You would have to tell Black, Hispanic, and Native American women in the land where they are the #1 trafficked women on the planet to put on clothes. It defies belief. It really does. Oh, yeah. That's why she was over there flipping the fake nails at us. With the hair on her head that's not hers. And see, our sisters don't even know that that's a curse in the Bible, too. All of it's a curse. And we're out here at the cost of our lives to tell you to keep God's commandments. That's all we're doing. Because if you think that God likes it, you are sorely mistaken. Sorely. See, and again, we'll read these articles in the newspaper and on the news, seeing how our sisters are being brutalized. There was a sister just recently. She was found in a drug den with her hands cut off, her head cut off, and she was defiled and murdered. Gee golly, wondered how that happened. But see, if you keep it home, that type of stuff doesn't happen to you. Had another sister who was going on a campaign on social media talking about how black men are bums, how black men are nothing, and she showed up murdered too. Wonder how that happened. But see, when you try to reprove our sisters, they go girl power. But as soon as something goes wrong, they go 911 power. See, all that calling on Jesus and all the hooping and hollering that they do in church, that falls by the wayside. They call on white daddy quickly. See, and it's a shame. Because the black woman especially, you used to be the pinnacle of what it meant to be feminine. Now they portray you as a gorilla to your face. He is, and that's not his name either. Might want to read a book. His name is Yahushua, young king, not Jesus. See, again, if your elders had a lick of sense, they would know that the letter J is 500 years old. And you wouldn't be saying the name of the idol that your damn oppressors gave to you. Because you've been calling on Jesus ever since the white man started whipping your back. Where is he at? But we called on Yahushua a couple of decades, and look at America. She's on her back, on her way out.
That's right.
Hey, man, it's cool. It's cool. At least the brother got something, because Jesus Christ's name is Yahushua. See, you can get mad at us all you want, but look up the Hebrew Israelites when you get home and start studying. I don't care how mad you get at me. Obey God's commandments. And if you need evidence that your mama's not doing it, look at what she's wearing. It is what it is. Enough is enough. Our elders have misled us long enough, and they've done enough damage.
That's right.
Move aside and let the young people learn and return to God. Move aside. Because when you were in the spotlight, you sat down and did nothing. Y'all are kings on the earth. Y'all are God's chosen. Don't let the roughness of the message get you down. How do you think the prophets were talking? Why do you think they crucified Yahushua? Shit, if you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians responded to soft words, you would have been out of slavery already. Men like T.D. Jakes wouldn't be stealing from you, talking about I almost got swallowed up. A man like Marvin Sapp would never fix his face to say lock the doors, because he would have had that 40K before the service started. But see, the reality is you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, you only respond to harsh judgment. And guess what God got for you? Harsh judgment. See, many of you are going to die in the nation of your captivity because you refuse to part from it. And some of you are going to die following behind a woman just because she got a few curves on her. And see, the joke is on you black and Hispanic men, because your woman don't even know how to clean herself anymore. See, all y'all who had a big mama and big daddy, you remember walking past their bedroom, you see that hot water bottle hanging up on their door? How you think grandmama was staying clean all them years?
Right.
Why you think big daddy couldn't leave her alone? They had 12 kids.
That's right.
Now our women, they walking around smelling like damn Red Lobster if the power went out for 2 weeks. And you men are wondering why. Why my woman smell like a landfill? Because she don't know how to clean herself. She emulating the white man who don't know how to bathe. Yep. See, most of our people, they don't like the message. But guess what? We're not out here whether you like it or not. We're out here because God told us to come out here and talk to our people. Tell them to repent. See, you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, man, y'all gonna learn in these last days to return unto your people and return unto your God. Because these white folks in America, they about to get real desperate as their country falls apart. See, let them institute a draft, which is real close to happening, by the way. See, when they institute that draft and they start instituting rationing laws where you can only have so much food from the grocery store, you can only drive so many miles in a day because you got to lower your carbon footprint. Right. See, they're doing all these things right now, and most of y'all don't understand it. These are the very metrics that they're going to use to control your life. But see, again, the Most High God always sends his prophets before the turn of every kingdom, before the end and beginning of every age, whether it be old or new. Most High God does the same thing on repeat. Rinse, wash, repeat. Send prophets, warn the people, give them a space to repent. Okay, here it comes. See, eventually y'all gonna start hearing air raid sirens here in America. And most of you black folks, you're gonna think it's an opportunity to turn up because you've been listening to club music for so long. You think that's a Little John theme or some shit. You think the Yin Yang Twins gonna come on. You know what I'm saying? That club culture from the 2010s, you think that shit about to start up when you start hearing sirens. Not understanding, you're going to start hearing air raid sirens here in America because this place going to see some missiles. For real. And Jake don't realize, man, once all these, the color of law breaks down here in America, you going to see this white devil shoot y'all dead in the streets, and he ain't going to think twice about it. You better look up what happened during Katrina. When them white folks knew wasn't no power in the area and they were shooting y'all with assault rifles on the bridges when you were trying to get out the city. Yeah, the days of them asking you to stop resisting or even commanding you to stop resisting while they beat your face in, gonna be over. They gonna just see you, they gonna go, oh, he too dark. Bam, bam. Rat-a-tat-tat. Chitty, chitty, bang, bang. See, our people, man, you don't understand anything but harsh judgment. That's why most of our people don't even realize the concept called regeneration. See, regeneration lets you know you the same people who are killing the prophets, who are disregarding the words of the Lord. Y'all the same people. And y'all gonna be the same people crying out in anguish when that judgment comes. You're gonna be the same people. As a matter of fact, let's go back to Isaiah 29 real quick. Oh shit, we're not even done. That 2 Timothy, actually, I got it. Some of still. This is 2 Timothy, chapter 2 and verse 9. And in like manner, also, that women adorn themselves in modest apparel, with shamefacedness and sobriety, not with broidered hair, or gold, or pearls, or costly array, but which becometh women professing godliness with good works. Let the woman learn in silence, with all subjection. But I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over the man, but to be in silence. Now, I understand that this is something that goes against the Christian church in its entirety. Because you've been told here in Babylon that men and women are exactly the same, and that everybody gets to be heard. God didn't say that at all. Yeah, go to Genesis 3, as a matter of fact. We're going to take them all the way back in the Wayback Machine and show you where it all started. And we're also going to show you. Yeah. No, go up to the woman. Yeah, start 15? 15? Yeah, you good. Yeah, there it is.
Genesis chapter 3, verse 15. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow, and thy conception in sorrow. Thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee.
And the Bible said, and he shall rule over thee. Your desire shall be unto your husband, and he shall rule over thee. See, that's one thing that blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, our households are upside down because the pecking order is pretty much wiped out.
My dad is taking the place. So it's more
See, most men, they think happy wife, happy life. Look at the hood. No one's happy. And you even see a little girl pointing at two grown men saying, shut up. Where do you think you learned that from? Your mom. Yep, your mom. Hey, I'm not watching nothing. Keep God's commandments. Why is she telling two grown men to be quiet? Why? You need to ask your sister, why is she telling two grown men to be quiet? Check your family. You check your family, and you are not a grown man. Watch your mouth. Go with your adults. They ain't tell you to say nothing. Shut your damn mouth. I tell you, man, our people are all out of order. They all out of order. Where are the men at? Where y'all at to get order in your family? Why your woman talking to us? Why your children talking to us? I keep saying it, black man, that's why you a damn joke. That's why you're a joke. You don't want to keep order in your family, you can't check your woman, and you won't raise your kids. What are you good for? That's why the white man throw your ass in prison. That's why you on a damn chain gang. That's why you part of the convict leasing system, cleaning up a white man house. Because you won't do your damn job and raise your family. I was trying to stall our people out. But our people ain't got a lick of sense. You out here dying in the damn street. You got a woman walking around with so much weave on her head, she could probably convert that shit to a full tank of gasoline. Because it's made out of petroleum. Might want to look it up. Everybody pretend like they love each other, but you don't love each other enough to check each other and read a book. And now she gonna try to scream at us when we got a microphone. How stupid is that? How dumb is that? We got a microphone, and this loudmouth sister think we gonna listen to her like her children do. We don't give a fuck about what you got to say. Be quiet. You've done enough damage. You have done enough damage. All we do is bury our people. We kill each other in cold blood. But when the white man comes a calling, you stand down. I'm tired of stalling you niggas out when you're good for nothing. I'm tired of stalling you out. I was trying to be cordial with you, but the weave hat-wearing hussy that is the black woman had to open her damn mouth. Waving her raptor talons around, and you know she can't even wipe her own ass with them damn nails. And then her son got the wherewithal to tell two grown men to watch their mouth. Well, come on up here, little man.
Yeah, right.
Come on up here. This is a mutual combat state. This is a mutual combat state. So come on up here. And I hope your mama get involved too. This is ridiculous, man. You blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, you've been getting so brutalized here in America that you think your brother's telling you to repent and return to God is your problem. Not understanding this is your lifeline. This is the last one. This is the last one. And you saw how much authority the man had. He having to tell everybody to be quiet 2 and 3 times. Ain't nobody listening to him. If that's his daughter, she ain't listening. If those his grandkids, they ain't listening. Every man walking with him was silent as a goddamn church mouse. Meanwhile, the children and the women want to run their mouth. Meanwhile, if shit pop off, who gonna be standing to the side going, oh, stop it, why come to this? To you black men out there, and this is a message to you, you need to start standing up and being a man. Tell your woman to shut her damn mouth and mean it. If your woman can't get on your page, kick her ass to the curb. You gotta go. We cleaning house. This is ridiculous, man, because all the tribes are following you, black man. The scepter has not departed from you, Judah. So if you can't stand up, they won't stand up. Right. If you won't raise your kids, They ain't gonna raise their kids. That's why this whole world is upside down. Because the black man is too busy nuzzling the nuts of the white man instead of standing up and serving God and being a man. It's the damn truth. Y'all too busy trying to top the damn white man off and make sure he's feeling all right, instead of being a man and standing up and serving God and keeping his commandments. That's why King David had to say it best. Who will stand up for me against the evildoers? As a matter of fact, get that in the book of Psalms. It had to be postulated through a prophet in the Old Testament. The Most High God is asking a very pertinent question to you black and Hispanic and Native Indian men. Who will stand up for me? Who will stand up against the evildoers? I got an answer. Not a lot of you. Because most of you are cowards. Most of you are butt broken. The white man broke you. That's why you jump when he says jump. You run when he says run.
Psalms 94, verse 16. Who will rise up for me against the evildoers? Or who will stand up for me against the workers of iniquity?
Like I said, not a lot of you. Because most of you think your God don't have standards. Most of you think God don't even need anybody to stand up. But he made you to stand up, black and Hispanic and Native Indian man. He made you to stand up to keep his laws and to protect his people. Because we see what has happened as a result of you standing down. Read the Willie Lynch letter if you got time. It's about 14 pages. Read it. And you'll see the SOP that the white man has put together to break up our families and destroy our households. And you'll read it in the vernacular that he thinks in, so you can't even censor it. Again, it's called the Willie Lynch letter to the interested white man standing across the bridge. Read it. See, the reality is it's not a mystery why our households are jacked up. But the problem is none of us respond. We have very poor crisis management. See, that's why our elders walking around on a sunny day, they should be hard at work trying to plan how to put our communities back together. They should be trying to address the crisis with all these mothers who are leaving their children at home in pursuit of going to the club and getting with new men. That is now a crisis. Women who don't want the children, they just said the hell with them. I'll just leave them at home and get them DoorDash while I run the streets. And that's if the children are even thought of. Did you see that story of that Puerto Rican sister? She left her kids and went on a vacation to Puerto Rico for 2 weeks. Had a camera record her baby daughter dying. The baby got so desperate it was eating its own excrement before it died. And I have to look a black, Hispanic, and Native woman in the face and tell them that you're God's princess. But the reality is you are God's princess, but look how low you've fallen. Brother, I saw that, I cried. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that our women had become that cruel and desensitized to loving their own children. I couldn't believe it. I cried like a baby. But if you look at the Casual Killing Act of 1705, where the white woman had to have legislation made for her because she was killing our babies in the crib. So who do you think we learned it from? Miss Anne, the wife of the master of disaster and the doctor of doom, the white man. See, again, saying, no, that don't work on me because I read books. See that whole proverb of if you want to hide something from a nigga, put it in a book? I finally caught on to it and I started reading. And I found all sorts of interesting trinkets in them books. I got to see why this white devil is so wicked and why he wants to pin everybody's culture on himself like he damn Leatherface. You know Leatherface. He cut your face off and he put it on his face. That's what the so-called white man do. He'll steal your land, turn around and call you an alien in your own land. That's why Mr. Darren over here just looked at us like we were two strangers in his house and he walking around stolen land. He the one who fucked that river up down there. He the one, if you check his phone, he probably got child porn on it. That's him. But yet he look at you like you the offender. For real. It's funny, man. They say the property value go down when black men move into the neighborhood, but last time I checked, pedophilia, rape, and kidnapping don't go up when the black man move in. If anything, it go down. I'm going to tell you when it really go up, when the white man move next door.
Right.
Now all of a sudden your dog walking funny. Now all of a sudden your kid's going, hey, that man who lived next to us is real weird. He been looking at me.
Right.
And see, the thing is, these folks know who they are. That's why they don't defend themselves. Because how can you defend the indefensible? They've been doing it for thousands of years. They had something called pederasty during Greco-Roman times. See, the only thing the white man should do is drop his head in shame and just apologize for what he is.
Right.
But he ain't going to do that because he's proud of what he is. And if he had it his way, the whole world would be represented by those horrible values that he has. Because who do you think his first victims are? The people in his household. And he don't even wait for them to get past adolescence.
Right.
He get them in the crib. And I know this for certain. When I was a young kid in about middle school, probably about fifth grade, sixth grade, I used to have a white friend named Andrew. He was a grade below me. And I remember suddenly I had to stop hanging out with Andrew because my mom talked to his mom, and my mom found out that Andrew assaulted his baby brother in the crib with a little mouth action. This is what these white folks do. But yet they'll look at you like you're crazy and decrepit. They'll brand you worthless, defunct, without a utility. And yet these people are good for nothing but brutality, wickedness, and abominable behavior. How you doing, sister? If you're Native Hispanic, you are Israelite, you special. See, again, man, we saying all these words, and our people, they look at us like they real uncomfortable. You was talking about Master like that, you gonna get us in all types of troubles. Master gonna kill you. And he's don't like folks talk about him like that, though. You was gonna get us in troubles. Miss Ann, she awfully so about that.
Right.
See, again, I speak like this because I'm gonna be real. What we read in Psalms, I take that to heart. Who's gonna stand up for the Most High God and his people against the evildoers? How much wickedness can the white man do before you, Jake, say that's enough? How many times you gonna let the most prolific pedophile on the planet come take your kids in the form of CPS? How you gonna let the bloodiest and most unjust man, how many times you gonna let him come into your hood and brutalize your people before you stand up and go, hey, that's enough? It's a shame, man. But let's get back on this lesson, bro. Damn, man. But we was in Hebrews, right? Yeah. So can you go to Song of the Holy Children 1 through 4? And it's only one chapter. Yeah, I'm glad you got that on your phone, man. Getting that shit in the Apocrypha, boy. That shit hard. See, and I understand to those of y'all saying, man, you scaring the flock away. Look, man, if words convicting your oppressors scare you away, this truth was never meant for you. Because it's a hurdle you're going to have to jump over sooner or later. Song of the Holy Children. It might not have it in there. Yeah, it's supposed to be before Susanna. Go to Azariah. Yeah, Prayer of Azariah. That's what it is. Come. Yeah.
Prayer of Azariah, chapter 1, verse 4.
No, 1 through 4.
Oh, 1, okay. Start at the top. And they walked in the midst of the fire, praising God and blessing the Lord. Then Azariah stood up and prayed on this manner, and opening his mouth in the midst of the fire, said, Blessed art thou, O Lord God of our fathers. Thy name is worthy to be praised and glorified forevermore. For thou art righteous in all the things that thou hast done to us. Yea, true are all thy works. Thy ways are right, and all thy judgments true. And all the things that thou hast brought upon us, and upon the holy city of our fathers, even Jerusalem, thou hast executed true judgment. For according to truth and judgment didst thou bring all these things upon us because of our sins.
So because of our sins has the Most High God brought our most hated enemy, the white man, over here and put us in slavery. It's because of our sins that these lice-infested devils haven't been done away with yet. Come on. How y'all doing, sisters? Y'all got time for the Bible today? Not today? Do you believe in the Bible? Y'all believe in the Bible at all? You do? What tribe you come from in the Bible, sister? So if you don't know what tribe you come from, why read the Bible? Because God's love is on the Israelites. So I'm going to tell you though, and that's the attitude you get from the black woman until she needs some. Her lights getting cut off. Hey, I know we've been on bad terms, but could I get $40? But I guarantee if I was a white man with a job to offer you, you'd be over here. If I had some half-off packs of weave, you'd be over here. Hell, if I had some BBL surgery, I know y'all be over here. Especially on the right. I mean, it is what it is. See, again, and that's the type of attitude that black men get here in America. It's like I said, because the black man has largely stood down. The black man ain't stood up against his oppressor. And I'm going to tell you, I saw that septum piercing. I knew it was on and popping, boy. That's that I'm woman, hear me roar type shit. Hear me roar until the bills are due. And then all of a sudden, it's on you. Hear me roar until there's a bump in the night. And then, yeah, all of a sudden, yeah, I can't go anywhere. You're supposed to be a man. Be traditional. You know what I'm saying? That's what black, Hispanic, and Native Indian women do. It's girl power until girl power won't cut it. And then all of a sudden, man power, where you at?
Stand up and be a man.
Yes. Oh, yeah, I love that. All of a sudden, they want to tell you to be a man after they done spent their whole life tearing you down, emasculating you, trying to prevent you from being a man.
Right.
Got time for the Bible, brother? I'm a big booty white woman. Got time? I can throw it in a circle. I got rhythm. I took a hip-hop class in high school. See, I keep saying it, man. See, our people, man, they don't show that same coldness to the so-called white man. They show that to their own people. And then they wonder why their neighborhoods are completely shattered.
Right.
You wonder why you have no lifelong friends. How can we be friends when we're all in affliction? If I can't pay my rent, and you got a son hooked on drugs, and our other friend going in and out of prison, how are we supposed to be friends?
Right.
And that's a microcosm of curses and afflictions of different flavors. Because we all broke. None of us control where we get our food, water, and shelter from. All that coming courtesy of your oppressor.
A little bit of poison sprinkled.
Yeah, oh shit. A little bit. They ain't even lying about it now. Shit, all the food exports from America have been banned. You know why? Glycophosphate. See, again, that's why I said earlier, all these nations are tired of the white man over here because they are destroying people and the earth. See, we're so destroyed that you can't even tell so-called black people who their allies are because they're too busy trying to make enemies of their friends. As a matter of fact, can you get me, Sirach 6 and 13? Because we're supposed to be separating ourselves from our enemies and taking heed to our friends. But the question is, who are your enemies? Well, that's in Psalms 83.
Sirach chapter 6, verse 13. Separate thyself from thine enemies, and take heed of thy friends.
Go to Sirach 7. Basically, be with your own people. But when it says separate thyself from thine enemies and take heed of your friends, that's not very complex if you know who your enemies are. But the problem with you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians is that you like to designate everybody. Oh, go to 13, Salakia, 13. But most of us like to have our enemies as friends because you've been taught that keep your friends close and your enemies closer. And you were given that proverb by the good old white man. He had to find a way to get next to you. So why not just tell you to keep your friends close and your enemies closer? And you niggas believe it. Stupid. 13, 15.
Sirach chapter 13, verse 15. Every beast loveth his like, and every man loveth his neighbor. Keep going.
Yeah, keep it.
All flesh consorteth according to kind, and a man will cleave to his like. What fellowship hath the wolf with the lamb, so the sinner with the godly? What agreement is there between the hyena and a dog, and what peace between the rich and the poor? As the wild ass is the lion's prey in the wilderness, so the rich eat up the poor.
But what you see is we're supposed to be separate. See, this whole idea of us being together, that is not what God intended at all. And as a matter of fact, we're going to prove that. Can you go to Deuteronomy 32? See, the reality is our people have been misled by their enemies to join hand with them, not understanding that the Most High God didn't tell you to join hands with your enemies. He told you to separate. And he let you know that you were separated from your enemies from the very beginning. It's only through the constant beating, the constant assault, right? Trying to not use the grape word so much. It's the constant killing and oppression of your people that cause you to think that coming together is the answer. Isn't it 4? Actually, no, it's 8. Go down. Yeah, start 7.
Deuteronomy chapter 2, verse 7. Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask thy father, and he will show thee, thy elders, and they will tell thee. When the Most High divided to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel.
So the Most High God separated the people, right? And he set the bounds of the heathen according to the number of the children of Israel. Let's read that next verse and see who is the Most High God's inheritance.
It's verse 9. For the Lord's portion is his people. Jacob is the lot of his inheritance.
So you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, you are the lot of God's inheritance. You are the Israelites. Why do you think you're faster, stronger, and better than everyone else? Mexican man, why do you think you could work 14 hours and then go home and work another hour or two and it's no skin off your back? It's because you're special. The Mexican man is from the tribe of Issachar, means he who was hired. The Bible says that Issachar saw that rest was good. That's why Mexican people can party like no other. But they can also outwork anybody under the table. And as we say that, a pigeon flies up. Just to let us know, you on point, brother. Bring it out. Because y'all a tough crowd today. But that's okay, because the Most High God made our head hard against y'all head.
That's right.
As an adamant stone. As stubborn as you are, is as stubborn as we going to be about force feeding this word down your throat. And if you don't like it, nigga, go tell the white man. You tell him everything else. Right. Everything except for give me a raise. I ain't heard a nigga yet on the job demand a raise from the white man. And I've done it a number of times. I've led little movements at work only to be the only one who get a raise. You know why? Because everybody else go, well, shit, I won't make nobody mad. Right. See, our people don't realize you the ones with the talent. If you leave, they business fold up. So all you got to do is stand 10 toes down and demand your cut. Like I said, we's going to get in all types of troubles. That's the only time you see Jay go back to the demeanor of a slave is when they talking to a white man. That's the quietest you'll get a nigga to be when a white man come into their midst. All of a sudden, yes, sir, no, sir. Oh, I was waiting for you to finish talking, sir. But you try talking to a black or Hispanic man, they won't even let you get halfway through your thought before they want to interrupt you. And that's because our people don't view each other as brothers anymore. Ain't that right, brother? Yeah. You are brother, man. You be safe out here, brother. Are you Mexican by chance? Yeah, I know that, but are you Mexican? That's a shame, man. You call me brother, but then you ignore me, man. But see, again, though, if the white man come out the blue and hit him upside the head, all of a sudden we supposed to come together like the Avengers. See, and ain't it funny? The white man will go to your house, your neighborhood, and brutalize you. And you be surrounded by a bunch of grown-ass niggas talking about world star, holding up their phone. Instead of brothers who are willing to put their lives on the line and say, hey, not in my neighborhood. Not my brother.
That's not right.
Yeah, talking about that's not right, get off him. The white man like, shit, I don't respond to you talking. I respond to you getting involved. Look at the few videos online of the white man's police force being driven out of your neighborhoods. It's when Jake says, fuck it, I'd rather die than you oppress me. And you know what they do every time? They run their ass back to the station. Not this time. But see, even when you're victorious, Jake, you still don't learn because you learn slow. Let's be real about it.
Right.
Jake learned slow. That's why the Bible has to keep saying the same thing over and over and over again.
Hard-headed as hell.
Hard-headed. About all the wrong things. It defies belief. It really does. But did you know it's a curse? Give me Deuteronomy 28 and verse 25.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 25. The Lord shall cause thee to be smitten before thine enemies. Thou shalt go out one way against them, and flee 7 ways before them, and shalt be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth.
So the Most High God has made it so that we can go out big, bold, and strong. Black Panthers, Brown Panthers, Chicanos. All of us unite. We go out united against a singular foe, and then we flee in 7 ways. And you see that today. Like I said, hell, it's so bad now, you have black women getting brutalized by the cops, and niggas still standing there. But it's kind of the black woman's fault, because usually the niggas standing there are her children. And they so pussy whipped, thinking that a woman's supposed to be able to run her mouth and lead everything, that they don't know what to do now that their mama getting checked by the police.
Right. Looking their ass like they're a man.
For real. And I'm going to tell you, the white man brutalized the black woman so bad because that's his equal in combat. See, I've said this before, black, Hispanic, and Native Indian man. The white man ain't your equal at all. He's so inferior to you that he'll challenge your woman and your children. That's the only time you ever see the white man not use a weapon, and that's on your women and children. But he doesn't open his hand, he hits them with a closed fist.
Right.
He tackling them full strength, wrestling them full strength, going full go, all gas, no brakes.
This woman might whoop my ass.
And I'm going to tell you, a lot of times a woman do whoop his ass. There's plenty of videos of the white man getting his shit teased in by the black woman. But see, because the black woman can see her physical equal in the white man, she thinks I'm just as good up against my man, not understanding that the black, Hispanic, and Native American man, you a different breed.
Another level.
You're on another level of strength, another level of ability. That's why when you finally cut loose, everybody gets scared. That's when you hear women really screaming, saying, stop it. Oh my God, what's going on? It's when the black, Hispanic, and Native Indian man finally say enough of this bullshit, I'm cutting loose. And that's when the black woman would also want to get involved and hold you back from going against your enemies. You see it all the time on these videos as well. Your woman is your enemy in combat because she thinks she can tell you to stand down when that's not her place. See, our people, man, we've been smitten with madness, bro. It's crazy. But can you get me Leviticus 26? And I want you to start at 17, Salakia. Start 17.
Leviticus chapter 26, verse 17. And I will set my face against you, and ye shall be slain before your enemies. They that hate you shall reign over you, and ye shall flee when none pursueth you.
See, and that's what you black men do. A single white police officer show up in your neighborhood, y'all scatter like roaches. A single black woman want to yell and lose her temper, all you niggas fall quiet. But to one another as men, you go at each other like catty girls. That's why y'all kill each other, by the way, because you arguing like women, not like men. And the Most High God, as I said before, this lesson is, God is a man of his word. The Most High God said that we would be slain before our enemies. He ain't lie about that. Every day is a new story of how a black or brown person got killed by some racist ass cracker cops. Every day. It even says we would flee before the face of our enemies. That happens every day. See, the Most High God ain't lie about nothing. That's why we keep trying to tell our people, if the Most High God kept his word on the curses, why won't he keep his word on the blessings?
Right.
See, that's why we keep trying to tell you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, you're a cut above the rest. But the thing is, if you want to act like everyone else, he's going to put you below everybody else. And see, that's something that our people just will not internalize to their own destruction and their own isolation. Because one of the things that's now rising in our community is loneliness. You see people putting up videos talking about how lonely they are despite going to the club, despite having 1,000 friends on Facebook, despite being a mega influencer with 9-point-something million followers. I'm lonely. I feel like no one connects with me. I feel like I don't have a family. But spoiler alert, y'all, it's not a feeling, it's a reality. You are alone because your community is your people, the Israelites. Everything else, it's not going to stand the test of time. But, brother, can you go ahead and grab me Ezekiel 36 and 16 through 19? Because we've been scattered and afflicted. See, that's why we keep trying to tell blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, this ain't your home. Your home is the land of Israel. You are the real Israelites. You Native Hispanic, brother? You Native Hispanic? You Puerto Rican? Mexican? You're from the tribe of Issachar. You're an Israelite, brother. I'm talking to you, man. Keep God's laws. Yes, sir. You too, man. I should have known you was a Mexican. You got your work uniform on. Issachar means he who was hired. Yes, sir.
It's Ezekiel chapter 36, verse 16. Moreover, the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, when the house of Israel dwelt in their own land, they defiled it by their own way and by their doings. Their way was before me as the uncleanness of a removed woman. Wherefore I poured my fury upon them for the blood that they had shed upon the land, and for their idols wherewith they had polluted it. And I scattered them among the heathen, and they were dispersed through the countries according to their way, and according to their doings I judged them.
So the Most High God made it known. Because we didn't keep his laws, he kicked us out of our land, and he scattered us into the hands of our enemies. See, again, that's why the people over in Israel today need to be questioning, how are the real Jews back in Israel today? They're supposed to be taken back to their land by the Messiah. Not to mention, I thought they were supposed to be under persecution. How do you own Hollywood, the Diamond District, the music labels? How are you the richest people on average in every nation that you reside in? Go ahead and get that.
It's Baruch chapter 2, verse 4. Moreover, he hath delivered them to be in subjection to all the kingdoms that are round about us, to be as a reproach and desolation among all the people round about, where the Lord hath scattered them.
Cold-blooded. Cold-blooded. See, again, man, this is a reoccurring message throughout the Bible, man. You don't want to get down with God's commandments? He got judgment for you. See, I keep saying it every Saturday, man. Y'all think God is unprepared for y'all. That's one thing blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians think, especially in their youth. They think, man, the world ain't ready for me.
Right.
God saw your ass coming because he made you. And he had a shackle and a collar for your rebellious ass. And it shows. Because what happens if you get too out of parameters, out of whack here in America? They put your ass in an orange jumpsuit, and they put shackles on your wrists and your feet.
Close the door behind you, slide the bar.
And if you one of those, I'm going to break everything type niggas, they put you in a steel room. Where you got to have the strength of Samson to tear that shit apart. And you know what the sad part is? They're brothers with left-hand spirits on them so bad that they have niggas who can rip toilets out of steel floors and flood they damn cells. But guess what? All that strength is wasted because he a nigga. And don't want to be a warrior for his people and keep the laws of God. See, Jake don't realize, man, God got a penalty for you if you don't keep his laws. It don't matter how big you are, how small you are, how rich you are, how poor you are, what type of mouthpiece you got. Did you know that there are prisoners that are so good at manipulation that they're not allowed to talk to anybody? They put them in 23-hour lockdown. They're not allowed to have any contact verbally with anybody. This is for real. Look this shit up. There are con men in America that are in prison that do not have contact with anybody because they could talk to anybody. How y'all doing? Hermanos, hermanos. Viva la Venezuela. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, man, I knew my brothers, man. I told you I know that energy, man. But see, the black man here in America, instead of celebrating his brothers, he wants to go, well, they ain't black, so, you know, we just foundational black Americans. Like, nigga, what does that even mean? Right. You don't even know what that means. You're just saying shit. Half these niggas talking about they Moabites. Some of these niggas talking about they foundational black Americans. Others talking about the Mississippi River is the Nile River. Yeah. Talking about this is Egypt. Yeah. The black man is completely out of his mind. That's why the world over, they got a nigga for you. In Africa, they call you Nkata. The Chinese man views you as a demonic ghost. Did you know that? You're not even a person. In their culture, you're literally a demon or a ghost. Hell, the Ishmaelite man views you literally still as his slave. Straight out the sub-Saharan slave trade. That's why, though, I had an Ishmaelite come up to the spot one time. Nigga wouldn't let us get more than 2 words out before he wanted to talk about Allah and some other bullshit. Because they think, hey, man, I'll rule over you. Meanwhile, they watch you play your sports. They watch you dance in front of them. Michael Jackson was still getting invited to perform in front of sultans. And that was up in his old age. That's why people kept saying that he was broke. That nigga wasn't broke. He was plugged into them Saudi princes. Them niggas might as well spit money out their mouth. But you got to recognize the pecking order, and Jake don't see it. Jake thinks that he's just a player on the world stage. Meanwhile, you have no culture, no community, no help, no children to pass your wealth or your knowledge to. Right. But the people who look you in the eye from these other nations, they do. The white man knows where he comes from, or at least he thinks he does, because he stole your homeland. He the one claiming to be Irish and Scottish, even though he ain't either one of them things.
He just think everything is.
Yeah, he think everything his, like a spoiled 2-year-old saying mine. Mine, mine, mine. And when you try to set him straight, he say nuh-uh. Because he ain't got no counter argument. Because he ain't read no books. For all that I have in high IQ, he ain't reading either. Y'all got time for the Bible today? If y'all Native Hispanic, just know y'all Israelites keep God's law. See, it's easy to dismiss it now. I keep saying it, man. But as you go into HEB every week and you see it's harder to afford groceries. See, most of y'all don't know there's a huge job crunch that's about to happen because America's doing all these tariffs. So now what you're seeing is all these companies are having to cut the dead weight, as they say. When really the dead weight is at the top of the structure, making 700 times more than the person on the bottom.
Right.
But they're going to cut you workers. See, a lot of times, our people don't see the judgment coming when all the signs are right in their face. See, that's why we keep trying to tell you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians that the Most High God gives you plenty of heads up. That's how much he loves you. Give me Amos 3:1 through 2. And then get me Jeremiah 44:4. 4.
Amos 3 and 2. 3 and 1 through 2. All right. It's Amos chapter 3, verse 1.
Bring it up.
Hear this word that the Lord has spoken against you, O children of Israel, against the whole family which I brought up from the land of Egypt, saying, you only have I known of all the families of the earth. Therefore, I will punish you for all your iniquities.
So for all y'all out here talking about God love everybody, God just said, you only have I known of all the families of the earth. You Israelites here in America are blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. You are called by different names all over the planet, but if you are an Israelite, that word is for you. You only has the Most High God known of all the families of the earth. Therefore, he will punish you for all your iniquities. You blacks should be asking yourselves, as strong and as fast and as innovative as you are, how is the white man who needs sunscreen on you? How is he on top of you? How? It's a good question. Hey, I even have an old Edomite here saying that's true. Miss Ann don't like it too much. Yeah, she got that from us in my talk to the hand. Hey, man, you know what? I'm going to let the disrespect slide because she ain't got long. You ain't got long, so I'm going to let it go. See, and here's the thing. In slavery, they going to get worked to death like they do us. See, y'all don't realize the Bible says, he who leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. So the joke is on you, Ann, Susan, because you're going to have to pay us twofold. And I can't wait to tell an Edomite boy, go get your dead daddy out that cotton field. He getting blood on my cotton. I can't wait to break the news to one of these recently deported slaves to another plantation. Let them know, hey, did you know your daddy died on my plantation today? And you can't even come to the funeral because you got work to do. Cold-blooded. And see, that's the patience and the faith of the saints. We're eagerly awaiting the chance to do to you what you did to us. We ain't gonna be raping nobody. That's not what we do. And not to mention, why would I want sexual access to a woman who bathes once a week? If that. And when they do bathe, they don't use a washcloth. They use the bar soap only, and they use their hand. Come on, guys, let's be real. But the brutality, oh, I can't wait. Give me Revelations 2 and 26. We'll get that in a second. 26. Yes, sir. I definitely want that because the reality is, see, a lot of these heathen, they look at us confused. They're like, how dare you say something so horrible? But that's not the energy you had in Jim Crow, where our bodies were being lynched and burned and used as target practice. Why the change in energy now? Is it because America's on her back foot? Wonder.
Revelation chapter 2, verse 26. And he that overcometh and keepeth my works unto the end, to him I will give power over the nations. Keep going. Yeah, keep going. And he shall rule them with a rod of iron, as the vessels of a potter shall they be broken to shivers, even as I received of my Father.
See, a lot of y'all forgot about the rigors of slavery, where slaves were being beaten up to 400 lashes in a session. Slaves dying under the whip and still being beaten just to drive the message home to the other slaves on the off chance that they might be plotting some type of rebellion. But see, to you saints, you blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, you Israelites, to those who overcome, you're going to receive authority. You're going to have power over the nations. And you're going to rule them with a rod of iron. And like the vessels of a potter shall they be broken to shivers. Meaning you going to wear their ass out with that rod of iron. No diddy. Go ahead and get that.
It's Jeremiah chapter 51, verse 20. Thou art my battle axe and weapons of war. For with thee will I break in pieces the nations, and with thee will I destroy kingdoms.
No, we won't.
You won't? You won't what?
You won't destroy anything.
You're saying you're not... Wait, what do you mean? You've done everything under the sun. This nigga switching, taking dick in the booty hole, doing everything. Talking about he ain't gonna do something. Now you want to have some damn standards. How many times you done had BD? Sugary, zesty lot? Oh, Sugarfoot? I tell you, man, our people will go out their way to act a fool. But see, the thing is, the Bible says you're supposed to be put to death for being a homosexual.
That's right.
So, brother, you on borrowed time. I'd recommend you straighten yourself out. Right on time, lucky 7, going to pick up somebody else. And I say it every damn Saturday. See, there's a little old folks building right behind us. They probably pick up dead folks like you pick up DoorDash.
Right.
And see, most of you niggas don't understand that in the climate you living in, that could be you. It ain't about you being old. It ain't about you living in the hood. Hell, one of these white folks around here could lose their job and go shoot up the damn HEB. You know it don't take a lot for the white man to throw everything away. Seriously, man. Old pipe bombs McGee. See, again, when they say black folks and Hispanic folks are dangerous, I'm like, shit, how? Shit, if you mean us trying to cover our own ass and not get killed by you, yeah, I guess we are dangerous. Shit, as a matter of fact, I'd rather be feared than, fucking respected by these white folks. They don't respect nothing. They don't respect nothing. See, until you black, Hispanic, and Native Indians who look at this message and go, man, how dare y'all say that? Man, y'all stirring up strife and causing racism. Oh, we did it. Okay. Surely it's not the 400 years plus of slavery, redlining, Jim Crow. Surely not. It's us. We did it. Right. But now we telling you about to rule over these people, and it's just, that's unconscionable. Don't want it at all. Crazy. But you know what? If you don't want your slaves, I'll take them. Send them to me. They like that foot on their back. Shit. For real. Send them over my way. Come on and go with me. Come on over to my place. I'm going to make it work. Pink cotton all day. It's going to happen, y'all. And you might not like it. That's what Yahushua is saying. The man that y'all ignorantly call Jesus Christ. That's what he is saying. He's saying he going to give you power over the heathen. As a matter of fact, let's see what type of power you're going to get. Go to Zechariah 12. Yeah, buddy. This ain't even a lesson, man. We in the spirit right now. Shit got me singing fucking Al Green and shit. Nah, that's Teddy Pendergrass, man. Yeah, and go ahead and start at 8, 12 and 8.
Zechariah chapter 12, verse 8. In that day shall the Lord defend the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and he that is feeble among them at that day shall be as David, and the house of David shall be as God, as the angel of the Lord before them. And it shall come to pass in that day that I will seek to destroy all the nations that come against Jerusalem. And I will pour upon the house of David and upon the inhabitants of Jerusalem the spirit of grace and of the supplications. And they shall look upon me, whom they have pierced, and they shall mourn for him, as one mourneth for his only son, and shall be in bitterness for him, as one that is in bitterness for his firstborn.
So we're going to be as David in the day of the Lord, upon when the Messiah comes back. See, most of y'all read the Bible, and y'all think everybody was giving out hugs and Hershey kisses. Not understanding there were men like King David killing tens of thousands of people, representing God standing 10 toes down. Y'all believe in the Bible? Yeah. Yeah. You know what tribe you come from, brother? Huh? You know what tribe you come from in the Bible, brother? Are you Mexican by chance? Yes. You're from Issachar. You're an Israelite, brother. Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians. We are the people in the Bible. That's right. Why do you think we're faster, stronger, and smarter than everybody else?
My English is not very...
I know. But you special, brother. All right. Tu eres Israelita. I hope I said that right. You're an Israelite? Tu eres Israelita.
I have family back in my family line that, they came from Israel.
On your dad's side or your mom's side? Both? Ooh. Yeah. But have a good one, brother. You know, you might be from Issachar. God bless you as well, brother. Hope you're an Israelite, man. Because you're going to go with me. You're going to come on over to my place. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man. You know, if you're not an Israelite, man, I'm telling you, that's what Yahushua going to be singing. Boy, I'm telling you. Like, I know you want to leave me, but I refuse to let you go. See, y'all don't understand, man. See, Jake going to have salt when he your slave master. You going to be trying to run away. Jake going to be singing and shit, making fun of you. Shit, I might even let you get to the outer perimeter just so you can see hope and I can snatch it away from you. Right. Just so I can see it in your eyes, like I'm finally going to be free. And I take that shit from you.
You was almost there.
Almost.
White man can't jump.
You know what I'm saying? Almost there. See, King David was a very fearsome man, and that said, the least of us shall be as David. The least of us. Imagine the greatest. You ain't even talking about the heavy hitters. You talking about the foot soldiers. You talking about the lowest of the low of the Israelite elect in that day. You ain't even talking about the heavy lieutenants that's going to be walking around. For real. As a matter of fact, give me 2nd Ezra 13. Shit. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to get something in Revelations 11. Yeah, buddy. I'm going to get this real quick. This short. See, I said it when you got this mic out here, man. I don't have to wear my voice out and be singing and shit. Y'all gonna hate my ass. For real. But anyway, this is Revelations 11 and verse 3. And I will give power unto my 2 witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,260 days, clothed in sackcloth. These are the 2 olive trees and the 2 candlesticks standing before the God of the earth. And if any man will hurt them, fire proceedeth out of their mouth, and devoured their enemies. And if any man will hurt them, he must in this manner be killed. Now, we know that don't literally mean fire coming out their face, but I'm going to tell you, if God give you power, you don't know what type of power you're going to be rocking in that day.
That's right.
Because if the lowly of us is supposed to be as David killed tens of thousands by himself. You mean to tell me that there are going to be niggas walking around greater than David with the singular mission of tearing down these kingdoms? You mean to tell me Yahushua going to storm the gates of Basra by himself and destroy all them Edomites? So badly that he going to be seen returning from the scene of the slaughter, covered in blood, with his bare hands. You heathen don't know what's coming to y'all.
Easy work.
Oh, it's going to be light work. Light work. See, y'all don't know what's coming. That's why everybody's so lackadaisical about this judgment that's going on. Y'all think it's just a little off season, not understanding this is only going to get worse and worse and worse. And the first bulletproof nigga to pop up, the first Luke Cage, because you got to remember the Most High God going to be lifting up that impossible standard to let us escape.
Right.
And sometimes the only way out is to go through your enemies. You got to go through them. You can't go around them or under them or over them. You got to go through them. So that first nigga who bulletproof, bomb-proof, smoke-proof, poison-proof, taser-proof, y'all gonna be scared as fuck, boy. And it's coming. Go ahead and get it, brother.
2nd Ezra 13.
Yeah, no, start time.
2nd Ezra chapter 13, verse 1. And it came to pass after 7 days, I dreamed a dream by night, and lo, there arose a wind from the sea, that I moved all the waves thereof. And I beheld, and lo, that man waxed strong with the thousands of heaven. And when he turned his countenance to look, all the things trembled that were seen under him. And whensoever the voice went out of his mouth, all that burned that heard his voice, like as the earth filleth when it filleth the fire. And after this I beheld, and lo, there was a gathered together a multitude of men out of number from the 4 winds of the heaven to subdue the man that came out of the sea. But I beheld, and lo, he had graved himself a great mountain, and flew upon it. But
So this is talking about the Messiah, Yahushua, when he returns. See, that's why in Revelations 1 it says that all eyes shall see him, even those which pierced him. The whole world gonna see the arrival of the Messiah. And the armies of the earth are gonna be gathered to fight him. And he's gonna look upon all the opposition that would mean to overthrow his kingdom before it's established. Let's see how he treats this innumerable multitude.
verse 7, but I would have seen the region or place where the hill was graven, and I could not. And after this I beheld, and lo, all they which were gathered together to subdue him were so afraid, and yet durst fight. And lo, as he saw the violence of the multitude that came, he neither lifted up his hand, nor held sword, nor any instrument of war, but only I saw that he sent out of his mouth, as it had been, a blast of fire, and out of his lips a flaming breath, and out of his tongue he cast out sparks and tempests. And they were all mixed together, the blast of fire, the flaming breath, and the great tempest, and fell with violence upon the multitude, which were prepared to fight, and burned them up, every one. And burned them up, every one, so that upon a sudden of an innumerable multitude nothing was to be perceived, but only dust and smell of smoke, When I saw this, I was afraid.
You got time for the Bible, brother? You got time, brother? I know we ain't white folks, but you can at least look at us. Come on, brother. You ain't that sold out, are you? Damn, man. And you traded down for a beat-up model. Terrible.
Come on, nigga. Don't you look.
For real, man. You know it's bad when they can't even look at their own people, bro. And again, I keep saying it every week, man. You trading down for the lunch lady model. I don't get it, bro. I really don't understand. But I get it. She got a couch and a PS5 and you all over. It is what it is. But anyway, we see the Messiah. Basically, out of his mouth gonna come a blast of fire. And he gonna destroy all these damn nations. Right. Now, of course, this is a vision and it represents a certain action. And later on in the chapter, the angel gives the sense. That's an order that he gives to his elect, to go and destroy these nations. But the imagery is apropos, if you will. It's appropriate, right? He speaks destruction upon his enemies, and that destruction befalls them immediately. Very, very appropriate. And to those of y'all saying, not my Jesus, not my Jesus, can you give me Luke 19:27 real quick? Because I think we need to clarify that Jesus Christ was all for killing his enemies. All for it. Especially the so-called white folks who pretend to be us. Right?
Luke chapter 19, verse 27. But those mine enemies, which would not that I should reign over them, bring hither and slay them before me.
That's an oldie but a goodie. But those are the words of Christ. And he said, those mine enemies that would not that I should reign over them, bring hither and slay them before me. So if Christ is all down for slaying his enemies, why aren't you as a servant of Christ?
That's right.
You blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians should be asking all of these questions. Why is it that you seem to be against what the Most High God has set in motion?
Makes me think of that shit. What would Jesus do that they used to
Man, them corny ass bracelets, what would Jesus do? Most of the people wearing them didn't even know anything about Christ. Thinking that Christ would just let folks beat him upside the head, beat him upside the back.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, most of y'all thought Jesus Christ go get himself a white woman. Not understanding that the Romans at the time were the direct enemies and oppressors of the Israelites. As a matter of fact, give me John 18, sir. Give me John 18. And go to verse 20.
John chapter 18, verse 20. Jesus answered him, I spake openly to the world. I ever taught in the synagogue. I don't know why I always do that. And in the temple, whither the Jews always resort. And in secret have I said nothing. Why askest thou me? Ask them which heard me. What I have said unto them, behold, they know what I said.
That's all I need. All right. So when y'all try to say Christ went to everybody, all nations, all kindreds, out of his own mouth, Christ said, shit, I only spoke to the Jews. He ever spake in the synagogues. Hell, and if you go back a chapter, go to John 17 and 9. Christ out of his own mouth lets you know that he don't give a damn about these other nations. He only cares about the Israelites. See, and that's why I'm so glad that this sun is beaming nice, high, and bright so that y'all look 20 years older than you actually are. Love it.
John 17, verse 9. I pray for them. I pray not for the world, but for them which thou hast given me, for they are thine.
Right? Because I know Yahushua goes further into detail, right? Because Yahushua was given the rod of the Most High God's inheritance to rule over the nation of Israel. Boy, you really can't make it up, man. Our folks love white women, bro. But I'm going to tell you, though, if your daddy ain't in the house to tell you to stay away from your enemy, then guess what? You going to get right with him. Give it about 15 years. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because, you know, they don't like to work out. Shit. They be boozing all the time, destroying their bodies. And see, that's another reason why Jake be destroyed, man. Emulating the ways that they oppress him. Thinking that we're all the same. See, that's why we're trying to give you a glimpse of who the Son of God is. Give me Matthew 2 and 6. We're trying to give you a glimpse of who Jesus Christ is, because Jesus Christ ain't the leader or king of everybody. He don't love everybody. He loves who God gave him to love. That's exactly why, for everybody saying that they love Christ, they don't do the things that he says.
Matthew chapter 2, verse 6. And now Bethlehem in the land of Judah are not the least among the princes of Judah. For out of thee shall come a governor that shall rule my people Israel.
Now, we just had a woman go another way instead of just walking by here like we were going to rob her. But all we read was that Christ is coming to rule God's people Israel and no one else. See, again, man, I say it all the time. Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, we're the ones who are treated like we're a hazard or a threat or a pariah. Meanwhile, the white man who's been raping, robbing, and murdering for 400 years, people walk up and shake his hand.
That's crazy.
It's crazy, man. And see, our people, when they try to walk around us and disassociate with us, we're the only real ones out here who would actually put our lives on the line if your life was at stake. I say this all the time. I'd give my life 100 times for my people if I were given the honor. But you got to be righteous. I ain't giving my life for no wicked-ass nigga. Because a greater love no man hath but this, that a man lay down his life for his friends.
Right.
And if our master and Messiah, Yahushua, laid his life down for the nation, who would I be to say I wouldn't lay my life down for my people? That's why I'm glad the Most High God puts it in the hearts of these wicked-ass niggas to disassociate with their people. Because I would hate to waste my life for you. And I mean that. I wish the Most High God would, this is just me speaking out loud as a man. Sometimes I wish he would get some of these wicked-ass niggas away from me to stop asking for money, because I'm an easy mark. Because my heart bleeds for my people, especially if you say you hungry. But then, if you keep being wicked, well, shit. Your ass need to go hungry. You know what I'm saying? If you lazy as hell, you should go hungry, because if a man don't work, a man don't eat. See, that's why us reading the Bible, for as much as our people say they love God and love Christ and obey the edicts of the Bible, most of our people, man, they don't know what's in this book. They think it's a magic coloring book where all you got to do is read a verse a day while you taking a dump and you good with God. Meanwhile, you ain't keeping no commandments, you ain't got no wisdom, you don't know what is in this book. But that's the reality of where we live at, man. It really is. And it's heartbreaking when you really look at what's going on. But, brother, can you give me Baruch 3:8.
It's Baruch chapter 3, verse 8. Behold, we are yet this day in our captivity, where thou hast scattered us for a reproach and a curse, and to be subject to payments according to all the iniquities of our fathers, which departed from the Lord our God.
So because our fathers departed from the ways of the Lord, we've been scattered into the hands of our enemies where we are subject to payments. Brother, can you give me Lamentations 5 and 7? Because, see, we're trying to let our people know, man, what you do matters, and your children inherit the fruits of your labor. So if you're doing nothing but wickedness and you receive judgment, your children have to suffer as well, because they're going to be left in the position to continue that wickedness because they know nothing else.
It's Lamentations chapter 5, verse 7. Our fathers have sinned and are not, and we have borne their iniquities. Servants have ruled over us. There is none that doth deliver us out of their hand. We get our bread with the peril of our lives because of the sword of the wilderness. Our skin was black like an oven because of the terrible famine. They ravished the women in Zion and the maids in the cities of Judah. Princes are hanged up by their hand, and the faces of the elders were not honored. They took the young men to grind, and the children fell under the wood.
So we read a mouthful here, but to you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians who don't quite understand your plight and why things are going so poorly, it's because our fathers have sinned and are not, and we've borne their iniquities. We've borne the weight of their sins. And unfortunately, we see our people whipping up a new rap sheet of sins every day. Where if we were left in this kingdom, the Most High God would have to put a lot of us in the ground and end a lot of our genetic lines simply because, well, I'll say our patrilineal lines, right? Simply because we're doing sins unto death.
Right.
How many of these families are producing seemingly gay and trans kids like it's a damn trans kids factor? How many of these families are teaching their children to engage in pharmakia, which is a form of witchcraft? Pharmakia meaning drug use. You got videos of parents smoking blunts and doing drugs with their kids now, thinking it's cool. Teaching them about trapping. Teaching them gang culture, how to hate your brother more efficiently. Because it's not enough just to hate your brother. Now we got to get it more granular. So now you're not just hating each other according to city. Now you hate each other according to block.
Right.
See, that's why you're seeing so much death and judgment. That's why you're seeing seemingly harsh judgments coming to small children now. Because our fathers have sinned and are not, and we have borne their iniquities. Just as we will continue to keep bearing them until we are saved out of this captivity.
Right.
And it even took into account that we get our bread, our food, at the peril of our lives. At the peril of our lives. Remember Trayvon Martin?
Right.
Didn't he get shot by George Zimmerman? He was going to get some soda and some Skittles.
Skittles, yep.
He died trying to get a snack. See, that's why we keep trying to tell our people, man, y'all put the Bible down, you discount the wisdom that's in it. But the wisdom in the Bible seems to portray your predicament very well. Everything down to slavery is in this Bible. Everything. You dying trying to get a damn snack is in the Bible. You getting hanged by your enemies. Hell, that was in verse 12. Princes are hanged up by their hands, and the faces of elders were not honored. Our elders aren't honored at all. As a matter of fact, our elders disgrace themselves.
Right.
They go out of their way to disgrace themselves, looking like straight idiots. You got 65-year-old grandmamas on damn Facebook twerking, talking about I still got it. You got everything but a man. And a full head of hair, because you got a hair hat on, too. And then our people getting hung by their hands and by their necks. It's in the Bible. Got time for the Bible, brother?
Next round.
All right, man, we'll be here. We gonna see if he come back, right? And it even said that they ravished the women in Zion. See, I was trying to tell that elder woman earlier, you having your titties out in front of your kids ain't a good look. Makes you look just as terrible as you are. And as I say that, another pigeon flies up. It's 2 of them now. Since we got such a tough crowd, the Most High God is providing his favorite bird to keep us company. See, to those of y'all who would read 2 Ezra 5, you'd find that out. Most High God got favorites. And the dove is his favorite bird. Pigeon is French, y'all. That's why I keep saying most of you niggas don't read. I know it seems like a directionless jab, but it's the truth. That's why, you know, I've had people literally say a pigeon ain't a dove. Because the dove is known as the white bird that the white man always want to point out. Not understanding that usually the albino versions of something are sterile. That's why you don't see a lot of them. Right. It's a genetic mutation. And if they produce any offspring, usually they don't look like the parent. Simply because it was a genetic aberration to begin with. But
It's crazy how so much the white man is sterile too.
hey, man, brother brought a good point. And when you look at the most sterile man on the planet, it's the so-called white man. That's why he's dying out. See, to you black people, you got to understand, you are aborting over 1 million babies a year. You got to understand what that means. In 15 years, that's 15 million people. And it exponentially extrapolates upon itself because in 18 years, the first generation would be old enough to start producing children. So what if they're aborting their babies? Or hell, they don't exist. Hey.
You gotta think of why it was set up so. Sure.
I'm sorry?
So you gotta think of why it was set up so. If they had trouble having kids and we have them by the multitude.
Yeah.
They set up for us to kill our kids.
Con. As a matter of fact, most of our people don't even know that's a curse. Give me Deuteronomy 28, and I believe it is 56. So you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, you don't understand. Your decisions fall on the shoulders of your children. They fall on the shoulders of your children. And as a result, more times than not, they're worse off. for you being around than you being absent. Because at least if they were just left to their devices with the books and the history, they'd figure some stuff out. But because our people are teaching their children how to be good servants and slaves, how to respect the white man and disrespect your own people, you know what I'm saying? Our people are inculcated, indoctrinated, and properly trained to be niggas.
Right.
But go ahead and get it.
Yeah, 57, right?
Yeah.
Deuteronomy 28, verse 56.
Look it out.
The tender and delicate woman among you, which would not adventure to set the sole of her foot upon the ground for delicacy and tenderness, her eye shall be evil toward the husband of her bosom, and toward her son, and toward her daughter, and toward her young, one that cometh out from between her feet, and toward her children, which she shall bear, or she shall eat them for want of all things, secretly in the siege of straitness, wherewith thine enemy shall distress thee in thy gates.
There's abortion in the Bible. And notice, it's an act of cruelty from our women to her children. See, that's why when they go freedom of choice, freedom to kill your children? Really? Freedom to destroy the fruit of your womb? And see, I find it hilarious that the white woman, Margaret Sanger, is the one who really put that in our community, considering that the white woman is the most barren woman on the planet.
Right.
Oh, the irony. How you doing, brother? Y'all, you got a few minutes for the Bible?
I'm not Christian.
I didn't say we were Christian, brother. We're not Christian. All right, brother. Have a good one, man. See, and I can't even blame him because the reputation of this Bible precedes it.
Right.
Because you got people like T.D. Jakes, Creflo Dollar, Eddie Long, Joel Osteen, all these pulpit pimps that make the Bible out to be an oppressive book with no real standard or direction. You just can't have fun. That's what most of these pastors break the Bible down into. You can't have no fun.
Right.
But see, if you actually understood the edicts and the rules of the Bible, a man looking at an unmarried woman, that ain't no sin. How is she supposed to know if you like how she look? I'm supposed to be Ray Charles until we finally get married? What the fuck?
Touching the wrist and shit.
Yeah, for real. I'm supposed to be trying to because he used to try to put his hand around their wrist, and if it was too thick, he turn them out. Because, you're dealing with a heavyweight. You know what I'm saying? He's like, man, yeah, we ain't doing that.
Right.
Unless you can cook some grits and some damn, shit, we can't have pork chops no more, but shit, you can do something. Them damn grits and gravy with some biscuits, boy. Shit, if you're going to be big and able to cook. Shit, the big girl used to be winning out here. Shit, if you was big, it used to be understood that you knew how to cook.
Hey, what you weigh?
For real, shit. She coming in with shit, butter beans and black-eyed peas and sweet potato pie. Shit, now the black woman, she coming with Hot Pockets and Hungry Man meals and DoorDash
Feed yourself, nigga.
yeah, for real, she basically telling you to feed yourself. And that's if she is a stay-at-home woman. Shit, you see these videos of brothers coming home from work, long day, 14 hours coming home, no food. Woman sitting there eating pizza. Talking about, nigga, what you looking at, this mine. See, most of you brothers don't understand, man, this is only happening because you will not keep your station. You will not serve the Most High God and keep his commandments. So as a result, your enemies have destroyed you and swallowed you up on all sides. As a matter of fact, let's go to Hosea, because I want to give some framing to this message to our sisters. All right? Yeah. Go to Hosea 4 and 14. All right, brother. You got it?
So Hosea chapter 4, verse 14. I will not punish your daughters when they commit whoredom, nor your spouses when they commit adultery. For themselves are separated with whores, and they sacrifice with harlots. Therefore the people that does not understand shall fall.
See, you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, you wondering why your woman running wild like Hulkamania. The reason why she running wild is because you won't serve God and keep his commandments, and you worshiping other idols. So the Most High God took the thing most precious to you and turned it against you. Why is that? Because you're most precious to the Most High God and you turned against him. So he has to make you know what it feels like. As a matter of fact, go to Malachi 5. Actually, Salakia 3 and start at 16. Because we have to understand, the Most High God views his people as precious jewels. And there's going to come a day where he's going to come to collect his treasure. The same way you Black, Hispanic, and Native American men pine away for your woman to return into your arms and want you again and be loyal to you, the Most High God has that same desire for his people. Let's hear about it.
It's Malachi chapter 3, verse 16. Then they that feared the Lord spake often one to another, and the Lord hearkened and heard it. And a book of remembrance was written before him for them that feared the Lord, and that thought upon his name. Keep going.
Keep going.
And they shall be mine, saith the Lord of hosts. In that day when I make up my jewels, and I will spare them, as a man spareth his own son that serveth him. Then shall ye return, and discern between the righteous and the wicked, between him that serveth God and him that serveth him not.
So there's going to come a day where the Most High God is going to collect the righteous of his people, and he's going to cleanse us. And in that day, you few righteous sisters who seem to be alone, you seem to quarrel with every one of your sisters who want to be worldly, then it's a shame. As I say this, I see the two pigeons over there. They over there fighting each other. They just jousting or whatever, right? But we see this same message is what's happening in the body of Israel, where the man and the woman are at each other's throats. But the Most High God is making it apparent, right? He's making it apparent that we are to feel what he feels, the betrayal, the hurt. And I'm going to tell you, it don't hurt like the first time.
Right.
The first time you get stabbed in the back by a woman that you say you'll marry, that's when your blood go ice cold after that. That's what happened to me. It cut deep, and you never forget. That's one thing our sisters don't understand. You don't ever forget. Nigga can smile in your face. He can give you the world, but he ain't forgot what happened to him. And if you showing the same hallmarks of you about to start tripping like the last one, boy, you gonna get the boot. For real, for real. Go get that bill of divorce. But that's exactly what God did to us. And the Most High God took us back again and again and again. As a matter of fact, go to Ezekiel 16. Shit, we on a new lesson today, man. Yeah, man, the Spirit leading us somewhere else. Uh-huh. And start at... Man, shit, we can read this whole chapter, bro. For those of y'all who don't understand why I'm deliberating on what to read, Ezekiel 16 talks about Israel playing the harlot the whole way through. Right. So if you want to understand what whoredom does as a nation to the Most High God, read Ezekiel 16. And you'll see how God sees our betrayal. How he put ornaments about our neck, earrings in our ears and our nose. He adorned us with splendor. And as soon as we were all dolled up, we went and ran the streets and gave it up to every Tom, Dick, and Harry who didn't have nothing in regards to our God. And the few things he did have, God gave it to them too. Right. So we turned our back on the preeminent force on the planet to go play the harlot with folks who have no God. But that's the nature of Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. We about to get this. I'm trying to filibuster for a little bit because we got some brothers coming up. How y'all doing today?
How about you?
Doing great, brother. Y'all believe in the Bible?
Absolutely.
Okay.
From Revelation all the way from Genesis to Revelation.
So what tribe you from, brother?
I'm from the tribe of Judah.
Okay, so what should we be doing, brother? All praises. You should be keeping the commandments, brother. Keep them commandments, man. Put them fringes on so we know you know who you are. See, that's why we wear these fringes. To you Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians who are looking for allies. Y'all looking for allies everywhere except for the hallmarks of your own people. If you see these fringes, more times than not, we gonna know we got to stand 10 toes down for our own people. More times than not. Now, the reason why I didn't go in on the miscegenation, right, because we gonna dress it up, right, because I don't want to burn what little seed I put down.
Right.
But the reason why I didn't address the miscegenation is because it's not a sin to get with a heathen woman. The problem is it's not expedient because you can't do the things you need to do to serve your God or your people.
Right.
If you're trying to appease your enemy in your own house. But if the brother knows who he is, then he needs to know he needs to be keeping God's commandments. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? I got free Beyonce tickets. All you can eat buffet at China Chopsticks. Hell, you can get some fatback half off at the meat market. I'm trying to entice y'all, man. No time, still no time. I know, man.
Come with us.
Hey, man, our people always got an excuse, and I'm gonna tell you. That's why I let people know. When you pray to God, God gonna say, I got another lap. I'll be back. I got to get Jorge down the street. He kept my commandments. You ain't do shit, so I'll be back. You know what I'm saying? Like, our people don't realize, man, like, you ain't doing nothing to us, man. You better read Ezekiel 9. You getting marked. And if you ain't got that mark of exemption, man, your ass gonna get it on the day of visitation. Yeah, for real, man. And that is how they view the prophets of the Lord. They view the prophets as a sideshow. But see, when judgment befalls blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, you all do the same shuffle of why didn't you tell me? Why didn't somebody warn me? Why didn't somebody give me a heads up who my enemies were and what was coming down the pipe? When we're telling you America's on her way out, she's about to be destroyed. The white man is going into slavery.
That's right.
See, and that's for my brother who called us Christians, because I understand Christianity has given this Bible a bad name. But the reality is, if you actually read the Bible, you would see that justice is coming to the earth. Just like it came to you when you worshipped idols, and the Most High God sent the white man over here to put you in slavery. One way. The blood can only be cleansed by the blood of him who shed it. And we talking about Numbers 35, 33. See, man, we trying to let our people know, man, the things that are coming up on the earth. But more times than not, man, our people ain't interested. But you know what? We're going to read this in Ezekiel 16 real quick. Right? Start at 11. As a matter of fact, start at 8. And we're going to read down a ways.
It's Ezekiel chapter 16, verse 8. Now, when I passed by thee and looked upon thee, behold, thy time was the time of love, and I spread my skirt over thee, and covered thy nakedness. Yea, I swore unto thee, and entered into a covenant with thee, saith the Lord God, and thou becamest mine. Then washed I thee with water. Yea, I thoroughly washed away thy blood from thee, and I anointed thee with oil.
So the Most High God washed us with his word. He gave us the wisdom that is in the Bible, the law, statutes, and commandments. And the judgments that result from either keeping the commandments or breaking them. And speaking of judgment, you hear lucky engine number 7 passing again. Working some more. Going to pick somebody else up. But keep going, brother.
Verse 10. I clothed thee also with broidered work, and showed thee with badger skin, and I girded thee about with fine linen, and I covered thee with silk. I decked thee also with ornaments, and I put bracelets upon thy hand, and a chain on thy neck, and I put a jewel on thy forehead, and earrings in thine ears, and a beautiful crown upon thine head. Thus wast thou decked with gold and with silver, and thy remnant was of fine linen and silk and broidered work. Thou didst eat fine flour and honey and oil, and thou wast exceeding beautiful, and thou didst prosper into a kingdom. And thou renown went forth among the heathen for thy beauty, for it was perfect. through my comeliness, which I have put upon thee, saith the Lord God. But thou didst trust in thine own beauty, and placed the harlot, because thou renown, and pourest out the fornications on every one that passeth by. His it was. And of the garments thou didst take, and deckest thy high places with diverse colors, and playest the harlot thereupon. The like thing shall not come, neither shall it be so.
So the Most High God is saying, since you went and played the harlot with all the things I bestowed upon you, I'm going to have to take it from you. It shall not be so. It's going to be hard for you to maintain your standard of living with a man who ain't got it like that. To put it in real world terms for you. See, the Most High God, that's how he views our betrayal as a people. When we worship another nation's gods that he gave to those heathen as placeholders, because they ain't got no gods, by the way. The Most High God views when we go and worship other nations' gods as adultery and fornication. So the Most High God made it readily apparent. You might go somewhere else, but you ain't going to enjoy it like you enjoy it over here. That standard of living is about to drop. And I'm going to tell you, here in America, if you eat organic food, I'm going to tell you, that's one of the biggest cons when organic food is just regular food with no poison on it. Right. See, that's how bad the man you ran to is. Or he has to charge you a premium just to have food. How you doing, man? Did you know the Bible says that for slavery, the white man's going into slavery? I like that part. It's the best part of the Bible.
They say, I like it. I love it. I want some more.
I want some more of it. Yeah, buddy. Because you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, you're God's chosen. And you've played the harlot long enough. But let's read more into this and how God views your betrayal. Right?
It's verse 17. Thou hast also taken thy fair jewels of my gold and of my silver, which I had given thee, and madest to thyself images of men, and didst commit whoredom with them, and tookest thy broidered garments, and coverest them, and thou hast set mine oil and my incense before them, my meat also, which I gave thee, fine flour, and oil, and honey, wherewith I fed thee. Thou hast even set it before them for a sweet savor. And thus it was, saith the Lord God.
So everything the Most High God gave us as Israelites, we willingly gave it to our heathen oppressors. They didn't even have to ask or do anything hostile to us for us to start giving up the goods. Because that is what Jake does. Didn't one of the kings of Judah get caught up with the Assyrians because he showed them his treasury? Like a damn idiot, and then they circle back around and tried to spoil the kingdom. Most High God had to bail him out and send the angel of the Lord to kill 185,000 Assyrians. All because our people too stupid to stop trusting their enemies. See, it shows you the stupidity goes up and down the ranks. From the king to the pauper. But brother, can you go ahead and drop down to 27? Right? Because the Most High God, he ain't taking all this laying down. Right?
It's verse 27. Behold, therefore, I have stretched out my hand over thee, and have diminished thine ordinary food, and delivered thee unto the will of them that hate thee, the daughters of the Philistines, which are ashamed of thy lewd way. Thou hast played the whore also with the Assyrians, because thou wast insatiable. Yea, thou hast played the harlot with them, and yet couldst not be satisfied. Thou hast moreover multiplied thy fornication in the land of Canaan unto Chaldea, and yet thou wast not satisfied herewith.
So one of the things that the Most High God did, because you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians can't get it through your head that the Most High God of the Bible is your God in fact. Because you refuse to worship the Most High God in spirit and in truth, he has delivered you into the hands of those who hate you. To put it in more practical terms, that's like leaving a loving husband of 10 years who's given you everything to flee into the hands of a pimp who gonna make you walk the blade day after day. Man, But that tells you even the tares, it's not expedient to get with somebody who looks the part but ain't the part.
Right.
So that's why we keep trying to tell you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians to come back to your God. Stop playing the harlot. How you doing, brother? Doing great. Y'all believe in the Bible? Huh? Okay. Well, brother, are you Mexican by chance? You Mexican, brother? Russian? Okay. Well, I mean, tell Putin to press the button. Tell him to press the button, please. I'm sorry? Soon? I hope so, man. I hope so.
He said 3 years.
Shit, I hope it's sooner than that, man. Come on, bro.
Cut that down to 1.5.
Yeah, let's cut that down, man. Shit, what do you recommend to expedite this process?
God damn. He said soon.
And I'm going to tell you, man. See, a lot of people don't realize a lot of them Russians over there, they're not Edomites. See, a lot of them Russians go back to the native peoples. Because, see, most people don't know the distance between Alaska and Russia is 50 miles.
Right.
That's a canoe ride with a snack. See, people don't know that. That's why when people start going, I'm Russian, I'm Ukrainian, you got to look past all them titles. See, and I'm going to tell you, only an Israelite will say, hey, man, push that button. Go ahead and get this shit over with. I'm not saying I know for certain, but looking at Jake's spirit, it is what it is. See, the world is sick of living like this. The world is sick of going to the grocery store and having to buy food when you should have your own land. The world is sick of being issued citations for trying to collect rainwater. It's fucking crazy work, man. You can't even collect water here in Babylon because the white man is like, hey, man, you need to be buying Aquafina. Hey, I'm going to tell you, Aquafina has salt in it. It says it on there. And salt makes you thirsty. So why do you think certain water brands, after you drink them, you want another bottle like 10 minutes later? You ain't even put the bottle down. You're like, damn, I'm thirsty. Damn, I'm thirsty. Damn, I'm thirsty. See, most of y'all don't realize it's marketing that's driving America. It's profit and business and the desire of money that drives America. That's why everything is up for sale. Everything is up for grabs. Nothing is bolted down and nothing is out of question. Because if it will turn over another penny or nickel, America's willing to get down with the get down. That's why we keep trying to tell you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians to come out of Babylon. Go to Revelations 18 for me, brother, and 18 and I believe 4. I'm trying to think. Let me see. Let me get there. Oh, yeah. Shit, that's the spirit.
It's Revelations chapter 18, verse 4. And I heard another voice from heaven saying, come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, and that ye receive not of her plagues. For her sins have reached unto heaven, and God hath remembered her iniquities. Reward her even as she rewarded you, and double unto her double according to her works. In the cup which she hath filled, fill it to her double.
That's why we're trying to tell you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians to come out of America. Put down the ways of your oppressor. Can you give me Jeremiah 10 and 2? You can start at 1 as well. We're trying to tell blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians in the scattered Israelite diaspora. Right? You need to put down the ways of your oppressor so that you could be redeemed. Because, see, the reality is judgment is befalling America. And that judgment is not going to stop. It's only going to get worse. See, most of y'all ain't even familiar with the recent floods that have taken place all throughout the Midwest. Areas like Tennessee, Ohio, Kentucky, Illinois. You got time for the Bible, brother? King, you got time? I got the hookup on OnlyFans models. I tell you, man. Jake a hard sell, man. We out here to tell blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, you the kings walking the earth. You God's chosen people, and our people look at us like we trash. But when the white man says you fired, they say, yes, sir, I'll clean up my desk immediately. No need for security to walk me out. You know I wouldn't do nothing to you, massa. I loves you. Hell, if you let me, I'll work for free. How many black folks you know on the job, they got a little middle management position and they doing work off the clock? You see it all the time. But you ask them to put in a couple more, grains of effort in their household. Try asking your woman to get up in the middle of the night and get you a drink of water. You'll be up for the next 8 hours arguing. She too tired to help you out, but got enough energy to argue. And some of you sisters, try asking your man to put in a few extra hours at the office to make ends meet a little better. And watch the excuses start flying. Start flying like the flying Graysons in Batman. Got time for the Bible, brother? Man, he'll nod to me, but then he'll ignore that part, though. Keep saying it, man. But if calamity strikes, all of a sudden, where's all the black and Hispanic people? We need to form a coalition. And we need a coalition of the willing. Now, all of a sudden, you want people who want to get active. But when it comes to your brothers wanting to get active on keeping these laws,
There's no more time. That's when they're trying to find it.
for real, man. I'm telling, man, I can only imagine how Noah's face looked when the Most High God closed them doors to that ark. That nigga probably looked at the throngs of people like, nah, I'm sorry, man. Like, bro, I tried, man. I prophesied for 100 years, man. Y'all wasn't trying to hear that shit. You know how it is, when you in traffic, you be like, I can't help you. I can't.
All right.
That's what he was doing. Like, no, I can't help you, man. I don't know. I know, man. Shit, I've probably been saying some dumb sideways shit. Hey, man, if you get enough reeds and twigs together, maybe you can make it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Jury's out. Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, you Israelites. I think that's an Edomite, though. I'm not sure. But, brother, can you get me, matter of fact, yeah, we need to talk about this. So, Revelations 18 and 4 on down, what we read, our enemies got to get back double. Double according to their works. See, that's why a lot of y'all think it's personal when we say, like, we can't wait to do to y'all what y'all did to us. It ain't personal. It's what God said. You're going to get back exactly what you did to us. As a matter of fact, go to Isaiah 59 for me. Yeah, buddy. Verse 18 for me, please. And keep reading from me.
Isaiah chapter 59, verse 18. According to their deeds, accordingly he will repay fury to his adversaries, recompense to his enemies. To the islands he will repay recompense. So shall they fear the name of the Lord from the west, and his glory from the rising of the sun. When the enemy shall come in like a flood, the Spirit of the Lord shall lift up a standard against him.
So the Most High God is going to repay his enemies according to their works. So what if your works have been hanging God's people, enslaving them, exploiting them, denying them credit for their labors? Then what? Well, you got to be repaid according to your works. See, again, a lot of y'all think it's personal. It's not. It's just business. And business is good, y'all. And it's about to get a lot better. Because, see, the Most High God has to remind all these nations that he runs this earth. He's the one who chooses people. Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, you are his chosen, the elect. And if you're a so-called white person going into slavery, yeah, buddy. Sorry, pause a little bit, love it. See, again, we're trying to tell our people, man, your enemies are about to be judged for what they did. They're about to be judged according to the controversy of Israel. But most of you can't be dissuaded to separate from your enemies. And I'm going to tell you, I don't know why you Black, Hispanic, and Native Indian women try to make friends out of the white woman, especially when she aging 3 times faster than you. Because you know she hating hard.
Can't even relate to you, even in the slightest bit.
Yeah, she can't relate to you at all. Like the white woman is almost barren when she's in her mid-20s. The white woman is the one woman on the face of the planet who can't even nurse her children very well. That's why you have all these like lactation specialists and all these damn jobs to help with nursing children, because the white woman can't do it. But you want to be friends with her while she's looking at you with abject envy.
Be on that titty like the milk's gone bad.
Man, that's if it's there at all.
I want that shit.
See, that's why the strongest the white man ever was when you were in slavery, black and Hispanic woman. Because who do you think was nursing your children? Why do you think they would feed your baby to alligators? Because they had to make sure that that teat was free for their kids. See, a lot of y'all don't understand the depravity of the white woman. That's why y'all overlook her wickedness. You give her a pass. Meanwhile, she's just as brutal, just as callous, just as psychopathic as her male counterpart. In a lot of ways, worse, because she's usually the brains behind the operation.
I was about to say wicked ass mind.
For real. Give me anything but the wickedness of a woman, and let the portion of a sinner fall upon her. I think that's in Sirach. But it's either 25 or 26. It's one of the two. See, we try to tell our people, man, the Most High God is going to restore balance to this planet. And there was one more verse, I'll get it. This is Isaiah 59:20. And the Redeemer shall come to Zion, and unto them that turn from transgression in Jacob, saith the Lord. So those of you who turn away from your sins, that's who he's coming for. See, a lot of y'all think that if you just say Jesus, Jesus, you're good. Not understanding that the Most High God has standards. You a king, you a king. Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians are the aristocracy of God. You're God's chosen. But go ahead and get it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Sirach chapter 25, verse 19. All wickedness is but little to the wickedness of a woman, that the portion of a sinner fall upon her.
Now, I just wanted y'all to know where that came from, because I pretty much paraphrased it, right? See, that's why everybody who thinks that the so-called woman is nothing but rainbows and butterflies, you got to understand. The people making the conscious decision to kill their babies and abort them are the women, not the men. The ones who fought for the right to do it are the women, not the men. Hell, and the woman in Roe versus Wade who fought for the right to abort her kids, she didn't even abort the baby. That's what most people don't even know. She didn't even abort the baby. As a matter of fact, we're going to look that up right now. See, again, this stuff is very important. That's why you niggas not reading. It's hurting y'all, man. It's hurting y'all. Let me see. Bring it up on Wikipedia real quick. See, and that's another reason why they're going to shut this internet off, man. Because you niggas is finally starting to crack the cover of some books. And as a result of you learning some real history, the white man is about to pull the plug on everything and rage quit.
Can't have that shit.
Can't have it. All right. So Roe versus Wade. Let me see. So this is about Roe versus Wade, right? The case was brought by Norma McCorvey under the legal pseudonym Jane Roe, who in 1969 became pregnant with her third child. McCorvey wanted an abortion but lived in Texas, where abortion was only legal when necessary to save the mother's life. Her lawyers, Sarah Weddington and Linda Coffey, filed a lawsuit on her behalf in U.S. federal court against her local district attorney, Henry Wade, alleging that Texas's abortion laws were unconstitutional. So, and they won that decision, right? But let's go down. Right, yeah, let me see. Now, I'm going to have to look it up by her name because, yeah, it ain't going to show that way. Hold on one second. Yeah, because my wife actually put me onto that. She didn't even abort the baby. And this is the woman that was fighting for the right to get an abortion. I'm going to show it to the camera. It's an ugly white woman who was fortunate to have any children whatsoever. Look at that shit. Right? You see that double? Hopefully you can see it. If you can't, her name is Norma McCorvey. M-C-C-O-R-V-E-Y. Norma McCorvey. Right? So let's see. Soon after giving birth a third time, as Roe versus Wade made its way through the courts, McCorvey met and began a long-term relationship with Connie Gonzalez. They lived together in Dallas for 35 years. So she was also a lesbian. So now you see why she didn't want kids, because she was on that LGBTQ elemental P shit. But had 3 children. And you got to remember, Roe versus Wade was done while she was pregnant with the third. And abortion wasn't illegal everywhere. So she fought to get abortion and then didn't even use it. Meanwhile, you dumb bobble-headed women out here cite this shit as if this is the Bible when it comes to getting an abortion. Meanwhile, the woman who fought for it didn't even get an abortion. Retarded. Retarded. I very rarely use that word. Retarded. You're slow.
Psych, bitch.
For real. Slow. That's why we try to tell y'all to come out of the ways of Babylon. This place is confusion. Because if the woman who fought for abortion didn't get an abortion, what are you doing getting one? And some of y'all are getting abortion like you take birth control. Right. When you need to learn some self-control. Right. Put the dick down. Man, you know what? I didn't even want to bring this out. Did you know the Bible says our women want penises like donkey penises? Did you know that? Did not. We gonna get it now. I brought this out, man. My wife, she was looking down in shame. And my wife is a very reserved woman. It's not to her, you know, her disgrace. But to know that this is what the women of Israel have been on for decades, centuries, millennia. Since the very beginning, our women have been completely sideways and controlled by their sexual impulses. That's why they'll throw away a 20-year marriage, a beautiful family, a successful household, for a nigga with a shiny car and a big dick. And that's as real as it gets. Your woman will throw away her life for a moment of pleasure and then come back to you pregnant and say, hey, we having a baby. As if it's ours when it's hers. And it's a product of adultery. Yeah, it is. Go ahead and get that.
For she dotted up their paramours with flesh, or whose flesh is as the flesh of asses, and whose issue is like the issue of horses.
Now, grab that in the NLT.
NLT.
Yeah, get that NLT. See, when it says a paramour, para is a prefix meaning around or outside. Amour means love, outside love. And to dote upon something means to carefully care for it, to service it with great delicacy, or delicateness, I should say, and patience and long suffering. So our women would often hyperfixate on the love that they never could have because they're married. And then they would torpedo their whole family just to get their baser instinct scratched for a moment. And it would destroy their entire lives. Sometimes, when we were actually keeping the law, statutes, and commandments, it would lead to them getting stoned to death, meaning hit with rocks until they stop moving. And there's a meme on the internet, Andrew Tate, talking about that's haram. Abdul, get the rocks. Right. See, these folks in Islam, they know what time it is when it comes to adultery. But see, our women have been given the green light to run wild like Hulkamania. But Hulkamania is almost over, y'all. All right? I'm telling you. And you should look at Hulk Hogan today. You know what I'm saying? That nigga ex-wife, boy, she tried to take everything. Terry Bollea, I think that's his name.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
See, and now he's sitting there sitting pretty with his new wife. They looking at the old one crash out like it's a damn, you know, tourist attraction. And I'm going to tell you, he's Southern Italian.
Is he?
Yeah. I'm going to tell you, man, all these folks, John Cena, Hulk Hogan, Randy Savage, all of them Southern Italian. Most of y'all don't know. You still watching the Israelites. That's why they got nigga problems. Yeah, hey, man, I'm telling you, don't let the fact that somebody said they hate black people make you think they're not black. A lot of you Scots and you Irish, you Irish and Scots. The original Irish and Scots were so-called black people. But who were the ones who were the continuation of the slave patrol? The police? Scottish and Irish people. See, again, that's why if you leave it up to Esau, he'll turn you against your own brother. You ever hear about the Buffalo Soldiers? the black soldiers who they used to go storm the reservations of our northern kingdom brothers? See, you would think that Gad took down the white man, or the white man took down Gad by himself. The white man didn't take down no Native Americans. He got niggas to do it. And niggas are so cooned out that we ran and did it with chains on our arms. See, that's one of the things that the Buffalo Soldiers were known for doing, fighting with chains on. How cooned out you got to be where the white man unlock your chains and you just run like a rabid animal at whatever target that he's seen you at.
Let's get him. They should have ran over there, turned around, and then went and fucked the white man up before they should have did.
But see, that's why the Bible says we've been smitten with madness. Because on the plantation, you would have ratios of over 50 to 1, where it's one white person to 50 slaves, and the slaves are in line, in order, and didn't even think about rebelling. But brother, go ahead and get that.
Ezekiel 23, verse 20, in the NLT. She lusted after lovers with genitals as large as a donkey's, and emissions like those of a horse.
See, when you hear it like that, man, see, most of y'all don't realize, man, the Bible is a real-ass book. See, the Bible talks about the sexual immorality of the Israelites. It talks about how men are given to women and they're whoremongers. It talks about our women being given to sexual pleasures. Hey, get me, she who liveth in pleasure is dead while she liveth. Or given the pleasure is dead while she liveth. Something like that. Right? See, we have to keep explaining to our people, man. When you out here committing adultery, and adultery is with somebody who is not a virgin. If they are not a virgin, haven't been given a bill of divorce from their ex, then you unfortunately are committing adultery if you lie with that person. See, that's why we're trying to tell blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians that sex is marriage. The covenant begins when the PP meets the vajayjay. That's when it starts. Not later, not before. You get it when you got it.
It's 1 Timothy chapter 5, verse 6. But she that liveth in pleasure is dead while she liveth. And these things give in charge that they may be blameless.
Y'all got time for the Bible? Just a few minutes? Couple minutes. How you doing, bro? How you doing? Right, so we out here letting blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians know that we are the people of the Bible. We are the Israelites. I have a question for you, brother. You look like a brother who played football, right? Right? No, I'm with you, right? I'm gonna make it relatable, right? On the football team, it was full of black people and Hispanic people, right? We the fastest and the strongest. Where you from? Where you from? It's the same over there too. You mean to tell me niggas is weak in Illinois? Your sister knows she did, like, you trying to weasel out of it, brother. You can't weasel out of it. I know. I know, because we the best. We the best at everything. Give me Deuteronomy 7 and 6.
East St. Louis area, they love them.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all banging Lil Boosie everywhere you go.
Yeah.
But that's because we special. Here it is, brother.
Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 6. For thou art a holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself above all people that are upon the face of the earth.
So in football, we the fastest and the strongest. In basketball, we the fastest and the strongest. In boxing, even in the realm of inventing. Who invented the car? You would think Henry Ford. He didn't invent anything. It was two black men, the Patterson Car Company. Two black men invented the car. George Washington Carver, the black man with peanut butter, he made mass production. Henry Ford. Yeah, he just mass produced it. He had the money to underwrite the whole process. A man named Lewis Latimer invented the light bulb. A sister invented voice over IP, and another sister invented GPS. We the best, brother and sister. But what are you supposed to do if you call yourself serving God? All these people on this chart right here are our brothers, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. Because when you really look at it, when we were on the plantation, did you know the Native Indian man and the Hispanic man were right beside you?
What, in February?
They were. Read about Mexican history, how in Texas was the last state to eliminate slavery. They opened our border, or their border, to us. If we could get into Mexico, we were branded free on the spot. They fought the Spanish and the French to make sure slavery was not in Mexico. They're your brother. But when you walk past Mexican people, how do they look at you? Badly, right? Give me Deuteronomy 28:54.
I'm just saying, like, I ain't been out here my whole time, but shit, hey, look, if whether they do or not, hey, look, if I don't give a fuck, if I don't look at them.
I understand, but let's see why that is, though.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 54. So that the man that is tender among you and very delicate, his eye shall be evil toward his brother, and toward the wife of his bosom, and toward the remnant of his children, which he shall leave.
So our brothers are the men on this side. We look at each other with suspicion. But when the white man walk by, you don't look at the white man like he might steal from you, even though he walking on stolen land as we speak. When he walk by your car, do you lock the door? No, but you should. Because who has stolen more from us than them? Or killed more. Did you know they killed about 250 million people to take Canada, America, Mexico, and South America? Yeah, go and read it. Yeah, you go. Oh, no, they're not to take. No, I'm too broke for that. Yes, sir. Yeah, you can read it.
Take a picture of the title and everything.
Actually, can I read something to you out of that book? Yeah, I want to show y'all something. I'm going to read something out of that book, too. Because I want to show you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
If you could hand it to that brother right there. Can you go to entry? I believe it's 27 in there. The pages are weird. Just look at the entries. This is from the book From Babylon to Timbuktu on page 84, paragraph 2. In the year 65 BC, the Roman armies under General Pompey captured Jerusalem. In 70 AD, General Vespasian and his son, Titus, put an end to the Jewish state with great slaughter. During the period of the military governors of Palestine, many outrages and atrocities were committed against the residue of the people. During the period from Pompey to Julius, it has been estimated that over 1 million Jews fled into Africa. So when they drove us out of Israel, we went into north, eastern, southeastern, and western Africa. Y'all know we went into West Africa, right? Have y'all ever seen the Negro land map? Well, there's a map that you got to see. Pull up the Negro land map, and I can show you where Ghana is today. It was called the Kingdom of Judah. So they know we're from the nation of Judah, right? But to finish it out, Jews fled into Africa, fleeing from Roman persecution and slavery. The slave markets were full of black Jewish slaves. So I have a question. If they taught you that in high school, would you still call yourself black or African American? No, because you would know who you are. You zoomed in on where it says Kingdom of Judah?
Oh, no.
Yeah, zoom in on that. It's going to be right there. There you go. Yeah, show them that. Now you're going to see it says like Kingdom of Fida, F-I-D-A, or Huida, W-H-Y-D-A-H. You got to remember, you had the British, the Spanish, the Dutch, the Portuguese. All of them were involved in something called the European competition, where they were competing one another or against one another for slavery, trying to get the biggest leg up. Because who won the European competition? America. Because America became the mightiest country on the planet. All because they had the most Israelites in slavery. And when they abolished the slave trade, they said, well, shit, we need more niggas. We keep killing them. That's when they put you on the sex farm, where they would put a bag over your head and a bag over the strongest negress's head. So you might be having sex with your own mother, your own sister. It was all about producing big bucks to work. But the Bible says this is what would happen to God's people. This is yet another way that we know we're the Israelites. Give me verse 64 and 28. I see y'all got to go. Y'all on a date, right? Y'all on a date? Okay, I got to let y'all know. According to the Bible, sex is marriage. You heard me saying that when y'all were walking up. I was saying that for a reason. And our sisters know it spiritually. When they have sex with you, they're tied to you. They don't know how to say it because it's weird to talk about with somebody you barely know. That's why your parents should be brokering your relationship. But we ain't got that right now. So I'm going to put you up on game. If you're going to do it right, do it right. But if you don't want to be her husband, y'all need to talk about that. Don't hop into bed before you need to. And I'm going to tell you, now that I've told you this, if you don't listen, God's going to punish you for it. Because a servant who's knowledgeable about these things is beaten with many stripes. Because I ain't gonna lie, I did my dirt out in the world and I paid for that shit. I'm 40, I'm older than I look. But at the same time, though, now that you know better, brother and sister, do better. You know what I'm saying?
Deuteronomy chapter 8 or 28, verse 64. And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people from the one end of the earth, even unto the other. And there thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone.
There you go.
So when it says that we would be basic, actually, hold on. Let me read that. Yeah, I'm gonna read it as you said. Did you read 64?
Yeah.
Yeah, read 68.
Oh, is that what
Yeah, I said 68.
I was about to say, you close, man, but damn.
All right, so Deuteronomy 28, verse 68. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I spake unto thee. Thou shalt see it no more again. And there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you.
So when it says we will be sold unto our enemies in Egypt, Egypt meaning no, brother, if you got the money, just give us the time.
Oh, no, I got you.
Okay. I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it. Right? But when it says Egypt, it means that we were sold into slavery again. Right? When we were in Egypt the first time, what were we doing? We were slaves. That's why the Most High God said that we were going to Egypt again by a different way. The same way we wouldn't see it again, because the first time we went on foot. When we came to America, how we get here? On boats. We're the only people on the planet who have gone into slavery on ships. These are the ways that we know who God's people are. Because guess what? You know the Filipinos? Did you know the Spanish had their slavery over there? They were sending Mexicans over there via something called the Road of Silver, the Ruta de la Plata. Right? That's why if you eat Filipino food, you know them spring rolls, they fire, right? Filipino food be good. That's because most of it's Mexican food. It's the same people, right? They're mixed in with other people over there. But I'm just giving you an example to show we're scattered everywhere. And everywhere we're scattered, these curses apply. That's why you see the white man, he does the same operation. He takes slaves from over here, he brings them over here, he takes slaves from over there and brings them somewhere else. Because he was taking our native brothers and our Hispanic brothers back to Europe and back to Africa. That's why you got Puerto Rican descended people over in the Democratic Republic of Congo. There's other maps that call the Democratic Republic of Congo the Kingdom of the Jews. But this is all our history. But you think your enemy is going to teach you who you really